I'd like to call to order the Monday, October 20th, 2025 regular city council meeting here at 5:30. And will the clerk please call the roll?
Of course. Councilmember Rectal.
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes. Here. Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Vice Mayor Vinker. Councilmember Liu.
Here.
Mayor Lowing.
Here.
Councilmember Burt.
Here.
For the record, 6 present.
Okay, thank you very much. On agenda changes, additions, and deletions, I think the city clerk is going to talk about our translation services.
Oh, well, we could get to that, or actually, I think under your special orders, you had one item first, an interview.
Yeah, we do. It doesn't matter to me what the order
Okay,
is. So.
all right. Well, then under agenda changes, let me cover that piece if we're ready to. Just wanted to ensure that community members are aware that we do have translation services active and available this evening. And let me ask the city clerk's office perhaps to expand on that.
Yes, as mentioned, we want to welcome everyone, and we're pleased to offer the translation tool Wordly so that all attendees can follow and participate fully. And to use it, simply just scan the QR code and follow the instructions and select your preferred language. You'll find instructions and more information in the back of the room, also here in the front by the clerk's office, by the clerk. This application will translate speakers' remarks and enable our council to understand the comments from all participants tonight. Lastly, staff will be available support should you have any issues accessing the Wordly tool. Bienvenidos a todos. Para el punto número 16 en la agenda, nos complace ofrecer la herramienta de traducción Wordly para que todos los que asistan hoy puedan seguir y participar completamente. Para usarla, simplemente escanee el código QR, siga las instrucciones y seleccione su idioma preferido. Encontrará instrucciones para más información en el fondo de la sala. Esta aplicación va a traducir los comentarios de los oradores y va a permitir que los miembros del Consejo Municipal comprendan los comentarios de todos los participantes esta noche. Por último, nuestro personal estará disponible para ayudarles si tienen algunos problemas accediendo a Wordly. Si alguno tiene preguntas sobre esto, también puede enviar un correo electrónico a city.clerk@paloalto.gov.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, now we'll move to an additional item that was added to the agenda, AA1. Last week when we interviewed PRC commission candidates, there was one that was sick and we agreed to talk with him this week, and he's not sick and he's here or online. He's here.
Candidate Mark Shonen is here in person, and he has been briefed along with all the same information that was provided to our other candidates, that it's a 10-minute interview. He'll have 1 to 2 minutes to do an opening statement. We'll turn it over to council for questions, and if there is remaining time, he may be allotted a closing statement. So
great. If
the council's ready for it. Name is candidate Mark Shonen, and please correct me if I'm pronouncing that wrong.
Thank you so much. Thank you for allowing me to reschedule. I was really hit hard last week and I am feeling mostly better now.
That's great.
So thank you. My family moved here about
closer to the mic,
15
please.
years ago. Thank you. My family moved here about 15 years ago. We love the community. We picked the community mainly for a lot of what is wonderful about the education system, about the parks, the outside. We were here when Magical Bridge launched. We were here for the reinitiation of Mitchell Park Library. Our very first weekend here, we became religious advocates of the July 4th chili cook-off. Like, we love going there every year. We would not miss it. And we really use a lot of the parks and services that Palo Alto has to offer. I've always tried to inculcate in my community, with my family, the belief in giving back. I think that there's a lot of opportunities that Palo Alto has, that the Park and Recreation Commission has, and I think that I could help them. One of the things that I think would be a focus area for me, I know the demographics of Palo Alto has changed a lot since we moved here. I believe the median age now is in the 40s. I think about 20% of our population is 65 plus. I think as we look ahead and think about our long-range plan, accessibility options is something that we should be thinking about from our parks and open spaces, and I think it's very important for us to be thinking about that, not just for today, but for the Palo Alto of tomorrow. I work in human relations, human resources for a tech company. I'm typically dealing with negotiations and interpersonal conflict, and sometimes dealing with some of the budget realities that the companies that I've worked for face. I'm super happy for this opportunity to be considered for the role. I know there's some amazing people on the commission, and any questions I can answer for you, I'd be happy to. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Council members with questions? Councilmember Stone?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and hi, Mark. Thanks for applying. Curious your thoughts on the role of the commission as far as being environmental stewards for the city and our open spaces and parks as well. Can you speak more to that?
I mean, I think that's at the heart of it, right? I think you can't not be an environmental steward, and I think the commission really needs to be at the forefront of that. I do think that there are some issues where sometimes the science is evolving, right? I think there's been a lot of questions about, do we go with a natural grass field? Do we go with turf? Do we go with artificial turf? What are the scientific implications for such? Some of the science today is not exactly what it was a couple of years ago. So I don't think that there's really a black or white answer like this is good and this is bad. But I think you always need to be looking at the data, questioning the science, and figuring out what's best for the constituents.
Councilmember Liu?
Hi, Mark. Thank you for applying. I appreciated your comment about making Palo Alto more accessible and recreation more accessible for seniors. And I certainly appreciate your point in the application about e-bikes. Can you talk more about other programs or other ways that you could enhance opportunities for seniors?
I think it's a great question, Councilmember Liu. I don't know if I know all the answers on that. I think there's been a lot of changes over the past couple of years. I think there's a lot more bike lanes and a lot more accessibility in that way, which is open to people of all ages. But I think I would need to do a little more due diligence to actually understand what sort of resources do some of our seniors need, and what sort of unmet needs might there be, because there's certainly a number of seniors that I've met, like at Park Run at Bixby Park on Saturdays, who can run a lot faster than me. So some, might not need accessibility in the way that others may.
Other comments questions from council members? Councilmember Burt?
Thank you. I wondered if you could speak a little bit about the emphasis on the Parks and Rec Commission in addition to the recreational, but the natural environment role of the Park and Rec Commission, and your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think it's a great question, Councilmember Burt. I think that there's so much open space and so many places around Palo Alto, whether it's the Baylands, whether it's, Foothill Natural Preserve. There's a lot of area where there is wildlife, there is flora, there's fauna that really we need to be stewards to make sure that they're protected and that there is access as well. So I think it is a critical part of the commission's mission.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Shonin, for applying. I want to turn to the section of your application where you mentioned pickleball courts. You live near Mitchell Park. You watched that particular PRC meeting, it sounds like. And I'm just wondering if you can imagine yourself sitting up here in the PRC role, contending with a community full of people with very different opinions about whether pickleball should be expanded, whether pickleball encroaching upon what was tennis is a bad thing or a good thing. People are concerned about parking. There are a lot of concerns coming into play when we ask ourselves, what should happen with those particular courts. I think the PRC has an important role to play in helping convene and mediate community conversation and concerns on topics where people are quite emotional and passionate and sometimes angry. I wonder if you've given thought to how you would go about your role as a commissioner, given that some of these issues you'll face on the PRC are quite heated.
Yeah, it's certainly a very divisive topic, right? I think it's important to listen. I think it's important to look at the data and to make choices that help foster everyone in the community and the usage of for the community. One of the things that, I've noticed over the past decade or so, I live very close to Mitchell Park. I love that the pickleball courts are always busy. I am not a pickleball player myself, but I love that there's kind of a vibrancy as early as 6 o'clock in the morning. People are there playing. So we don't have, unused tennis courts. We have people who are competing for space and competing for priority. And it doesn't mean that we should not have tennis players, but what we should do is understand how are the resources being used? How do we make sure everyone has access to the resources? And other topics, I think the parking, there's been a lot of discussion on that. There are a lot of ways to get to Mitchell Park that don't involve driving a vehicle there. And for some people, there's truly an accessibility concern that I think we need to be mindful of. But for other people, I think there's a legitimate question like, do we need to have so much parking space front and center in Mitchell Park? And I think that that's a topic that we've heard about as well in some of the Coverly Master Plan, where what is now kind of a parking lot graveyard, if you will now be underneath if the master plan goes through.
Thank you.
Councilor Rectal.
Yeah, thank you for applying. There are concerns that our recreation programs don't fully serve the teens in the community. Do you have any suggestions of what we could do to help better serve the teens?
Again, I think the first part would be we need to listen to see what are the unmet needs that are being voiced by some of our constituents. I think between school programs, between recreation programs, between a lot of the after school activities you might see at places like the libraries, Coverly, et cetera, I think there are a lot of opportunities. I think sometimes there are people who want to do things more intensive or might have different needs from what is being offered. But I think there's a really wide breadth of opportunities for our youth, whether it's in theater, whether it's in sports, other types of recreation. And I think we really should celebrate that.
Thank you.
Any others? You have like 45 seconds if you want to do a summary comments.
Really appreciate the opportunity to come this week. Thank you for the questions, and I appreciate the consideration. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Glad you're up and about now. Okay, now we move to public comment. This is on items that are not on tonight's agenda. Do we know how many speakers we have?
We have 15 requests to speak, and that is with one group of 10.
Okay, so
It is 5 individuals and 1 speaker speaking on behalf of a group of 10 people.
okay. So that can be longer. We could probably do 6 minutes for that. Would that be enough for the group?
So we'll do 6 minutes for the group and then for
But I'm
individuals.
actually asking if that's if that's going to be enough time. Okay, let's go to 7 and we won't rush you off because we're down to about 5 after that. So
So we'll do 7 minutes for the group and for individual speakers?
2.
2 for individual. All right, our first speaker is Lisa V. Give me one moment to bring up your presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Lowing, council members, city staff, and members of the public. I'm Lisa Van Duzen. I'm a longtime resident here of Palo Alto and an interdisciplinary artist and a member of the public. Many of you know me in other capacities, other roles, and it's been a pleasure to be here this evening wearing another hat, an artist's hat. I want to thank the people who have come here and on Zoom to support this. Cheryl, if you can pop up wearing your public button, Cheryl Klein, Catherine Crystal Foster, Jennifer Kleckner, Natalie Geist, Liz Niss, Leslie Tertian Markov, and Jasmine Valadani. So thank you. This is the public, yes. I have many more to thank. It's a team effort, but I'm going to speed through here. So for more than a year, I've been researching and documenting and activating Palo Alto's 12 privately owned public open spaces, also known as POPOs, places created through ordinances that were passed by this council, not you all, although Councilmember Burt was involved in some, I know, to deliver public benefits in exchange for development rights. And my research shows that between 1989 and 2013, 10 development projects brought 12 POPOs into being out of more than 100 properties granted planned community or projects granted planned community or PC zoning during that time. A POPOs is owned privately, but intended to be used and accessible publicly, typically created through a development agreement, and the terms and conditions live in ordinances, and as you well know, those details matter. Sometimes the public benefit was actually the very purpose, affordable housing, a grocery store, and sometimes it was public art or street trees or parking, and in 10 cases, it was public open space. So interesting having followed the discussion about the Parks and Rec Commissioner and the value of that open space. This is a different form. So first, let me give you a very quick tour of the spaces that I'm talking about. So, sorry, I forgot to say next slide a few times. So we'll go to slide 4. So there are 2 that are north of University. I'm going to go through this quickly. They come in all shapes and sizes. Some are hidden gems, really true treasures, and some I would say are maybe underwhelming, and that could be an understatement. Yet each, I believe, holds really unrealized potential, possibility, and promise. 7 of these, next slide, please. 7 of these spaces are downtown, and again, 5 of them are to the south of University Avenue, and you might recognize them. Many people go by and say, I never knew that these were in fact privately owned public open spaces. Someone said it to me, I've gone by 1,000 times and never knew. 3 of them are in the Mayfield area near California Avenue along Sheridan, and I have lots of ideas for making these more visible, and the possibilities are quite limitless. Next slide, please. And then these are the ones along Sheridan. Next slide, please. And there are 2 outliers. One's in Midtown behind the grocery outlet in Alma Village, and another at Edgewood Plaza. So those are 2 that are not clustered with others, but they are equally as valuable. Next slide, please. I've created a website called paloaltopopos.org, and there is a map here that you can find them all along with other information. I think that the opportunity here really is one of following through on some things that are actually in the ordinances, simple as benches and things like that, but also there are some murkier things that relate to how space is shared or not shared. So there's an opportunity there. I don't have time to go into the details, but I am more than happy to give you a tour in Brown Act sized groups and to invite you to the exhibition that is on display, which I'm going to walk through at Avenidas. I'm having a reception and a talk with city employee Karen Kinzel, who is we'll be in conversation about that project, which is about this and using art to bring it to life. So I think the other part that's most basic is really having signage, which San Francisco and New York are 2 examples where that is very much present. People that have spent time in those cities have often seen them and know them and use them. Next slide, please. So I installed this exhibition as part of my MFA on the campus up near Lake Tahoe for University of Nevada, Reno at Lake Tahoe. And now it is at Avenidas, and it is on display through October 31st. And again, I would love to have you come. I'll send you an email to follow up, but would love to walk you through. It is kind of a civic scavenger hunt and an opportunity to really get to know some places in the community in a new way. Next slide, please. So the first piece, I'm going to walk through the exhibition very quickly as a way of telling the story about this, and then end with some ways that I think we could hopefully follow up that you might be excited about. So the first piece has to do with what I'm wearing, the public buttons. It is called For You, Really. Hopefully it's self-explanatory. The second, next slide, please, is the documents that brought this into being. It's every page of every ordinance that brought these spaces into being between 1989 and 2013. Great reading. Hard to see them because a lot of them are at 12 and a half feet, but it's pretty fun. And people have been coming through and leaning into it. Next slide, please. The next one is called For You, But Not Really. And that, well, actually, I should back up. The one with the ordinances is called Deals Were Made. And I would like to be clear, I am not saying that we should change the deals that were made. I'm saying that we should look forward and see what the potential is for these spaces once people are aware of them. This is what I would say is kind of the crown jewel of one of the popos, but it has this gate, which is less than inviting and less than clear. I'm going to keep moving because we're coming up on time. So if you could just go through the slides. This is, again, more pieces of art to describe it. I made a video that is 8 minutes. I'm happy to share it with you about activations that I've done, and then an archive of kind of my research process and briefcase that belonged to my father. So my invitation to you really is to think about how we might
Thank you.
put signs out.
Our next speaker is Sven T.
Sven Thiessen, your resident chemical engineer. I have bad news. Gas stoves still produce cancer-causing compounds called benzene and asthma-inducing compounds called oxides of nitrogen. The science still hasn't changed. 2, when we talk about electrification and decarbonization, to quote Amory Lovins, an energy god, "Ooh, consumer energy needs." People don't want coal, a bucket of coal, or a therm of natural gas, or even solar or wind power. They don't want that. What they want is cold beer and hot showers and elevators that take you up and down, things that work. They don't care about where the energy comes in. So it's really easy, actually, from a city perspective, when we go and decarbonize somebody's house, to get rid of the hot water heater or the natural gas furnace, because people don't see those things being burned. All they care about is the hot water and the warm or cool house summertime, okay? They don't care about how it's made. However, when you touch their natural gas stove, some people go cuckoo bananas, because it's either a right or it's the way we've cooked forever or whatever, multiple reasons. Or they just, like my wife and I, 15 years ago or so, didn't believe that induction would work so well. But it does. And this is a pinch point. This is a serious pinch point when we want to go and turn off gas lines in neighborhoods. It's not going to be the heat pumps. It's not going to be the hot water heaters. It's going to be the natural gas stoves. And that's why we as a city, we need a pro-induction stove message and a negative one about the harmful impacts to your children. I mean, everybody here knows somebody who has died from cancer. I don't say that glibly because my dad died from lung cancer, okay?
Your time is up.
Oh, well, that's it. I wanted some good news. Can I just say two sentences on good news? Chef Alton Brown, look him up, and Salmon Nostrat of Salt, Fat, and Acid, they love induction
Please
stoves.
finish your sentence. Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah T, followed by Winter D.
Mayor, City Council members, my name is Sarah Temple, and I am the SEIU 521 Chapter Chair for the City of Palo Alto. I'm here to stand with and speak on behalf of Palo Alto's hourly workers, my co-workers, and union brothers and sisters. As you all know, we are living in a time where there has been a massive increase in the cost of living. The cost of the top necessities in life has increased. These necessities being food, shelter, housing, clothing, and basic healthcare needs. And yet, wages and benefits have not increased for Palo Alto's hourly employees. Will you imagine the heartbreak of having to tell your child that I can't afford this, whether it's a pair of new shoes, a field trip, or a simply family outing? Will you imagine working 2 or 3 jobs and still struggling to make ends meet or to afford health care? Well, this is the reality of many hourly employees in Palo Alto. These are not people working a side job. They are dedicated workers who keep the city of Palo Alto running. They open our libraries, support community centers, operate utilities, and bring life to the city of Palo Alto theaters. Many are forced to juggle multiple jobs to get by, often driving from city to city, adding hours of travel and extra costs. Some must choose between their health and their paycheck because they lack sick leave or adequate medical coverage. And when they do take time off, they must pay out of their pocket just to keep their benefits. Let's be clear. Palo Alto cannot operate without these hourly workers. They are vital to every service that makes this city one of the best cities in the world. Tonight, I ask City Council to stand with us in our negotiations to support fair wages, fair benefits, and the dignity that every city worker deserves. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Winter D, followed by Avro S.
Hi, council members. I provided you with updated information about Housing Authority's revised plans for Buena Vista, at least to the degree I could, including issues you directed to staff to carry through on for the amended regulatory agreement, a very serious document. I urge you to take action to ensure transparency for yourselves, the public and adjacent neighbors, and for your questions to be addressed. For instance, what is Housing Authority's longer-term plans for Parcel A now that 61 apartments will not be built? Will funds now saved on the mobile home park be available to BV in the future due to their more modest plans for the mobile home park? All trees were to be removed at BV. What's the status on the trees? And also most of the ones along Los Robles. The amended regulatory agreement between the city and Housing Authority deserves your particular attention with Housing Authority's blessing. You put off the approval of the amended agreement due to new matters you directed staff to include. What is the status of these matters, including the Palo Alto live-work preference? It still pertains to the mobile home park. And what of the reset of BV's 75-year deed restriction? BV residents are in process of being informed, and so should you and all of us. What is and isn't now planned for the 4.5 acres? Given how much the city has invested at Buena Vista in the last 13 years, including $14.5 million of developers' fees toward its purchase, transparency is simply the responsibility and the responsible thing to do, and should not prevent Housing Authority from generally moving forward in a timely manner. I think that they can. This train is leaving the station, and we need to know where it is going. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Avro S, followed by Deborah G.
Good evening, City Council members. I hope you're doing well. My name is Avro Shah, and I'm a junior at Pali and a member of the Palo Alto Climate Coalition, Student Climate Coalition, sorry. Wanted to share my appreciation for the city's recent preliminary results on the gas transition study, and I share a hope that the community can effectively move away from natural gas. I'm here tonight on a positive note. I wanted to bring to light a bill that recently passed through the Colorado State Legislature and recently went into effect. Colorado's House Bill 25-1161, which requires gas stove manufacturers to add warning labels on their stoves about the negative impact of gas stoves on air quality and require a QR code which links to a website talking about the negative health impacts. This bill was brought out of the recent scientific findings, which talk about benzene and nitrous oxide carcinogens, which which are released in natural gas stoves, even when they're turned off. Children in homes with gas stoves are 42% more likely to develop asthma. And I, myself in a home with natural gas stoves, have struggled with respiratory impacts as a result. I know that there's great concern among the council about potential actions and the legality surrounding them. But this bill recently did survive a fossil fuel industry-backed lawsuit in district court. And the bill was upheld. So you're probably wondering why I'm talking about Colorado. I'm here to say that if Colorado can do it, so can we. And there's sensible action that we can take. For starters, most people don't know that natural gas is not exactly so natural and good for the climate. Even fewer people know about the health impacts. So doing more to educate our residents, including information and utility bill inserts or in the annual natural gas PSA, or even going as far to support an induction rebate. These are all easy steps that we can take, and I strongly support doing that, especially because I've recently found out at the most recent Climate Action Working Group meeting that gas stoves are one of the biggest barriers to complete electrification. So if we do hope to abandon those lines, I really, really strongly support you to take action. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Deborah G.
Hi. As a lot of you know, I spend Sunday evenings when I'm in town monitoring the Vigil for Gaza events on the corner of Town and Country, corner of Embarcadero and El Camino at Town and Country. And there is a lot of support for the Vigil for Gaza events coming from Stanford students and Stanford faculty. And this is a little demoralizing, but expected. But what's not been expected is hearing Stanford sheriffs honking, giving thumbs up to them, City of Mountain View fire truck coming and honking and woo woo, you know. And of course, Stanford sheriffs took it very seriously and said it won't happen again. City of Mountain View took it very seriously. It's not going to happen again. Last night, 7:50 p.m., it was dark. The big flag was gone. There were some protesters still there, but they weren't sticking their signs out into the traffic like they usually do. But fire truck, City of Palo Alto fire truck, making a right turn onto El Camino, starts ringing its bell and waving at them. And I'm like, oh, this is on my turf. And I called the fire. I got a battalion chief Stoddard spoke with me. And apparently they said, what? That was a Free Palestine protest? They had no idea. They were just flying by and, saw some people waving. And I think it's delightful that City of Palo Alto Fire waves at people who, honks and rings their bell when they see people. And I said to Chief Stoddard, I said, well, you do know you might have been filmed. And if City of Palo Alto is filmed doing this, they're going to be on the Vigil for Gaza Instagram and other Instagrams going, say, hey, City of Palo Alto Fire supports us. And I heard Chief Stoddard inhale. That was all that I think needs to be said on that, except I felt that this event was a good opportunity to come and reinforce the need for the anti-Semitism training.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment on items that are not on the agenda.
Thanks very much to the public for those comments. We're now going to move to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So I wanted to give 3 updates. One, this afternoon, the mayor and I had the pleasure of hosting a group of the full housing committee of the German parliament, who was here in the Bay Area and subsequently in Southern California, to learn more about both the challenges that we face as a region as a result of income inequalities and the housing impacts resulting from that, and our affordable housing programs. Randy Suda, the CEO of Alta Housing, gave a really informative talk with them. And then we did a tour to the new teacher housing site on Grant and our transitional housing site at the end of San Antonio. And they were really pleased, and this is a very prominent group of federal legislators. Second, we had the opening of the UNAF Film Festival last Thursday, and it runs through this coming Sunday. And for those members of the community who don't know, we have for 28 years an internationally award-winning documentary film festival based on the full range of human rights that were declared in the UN Declaration of Human Rights. And there are incredible documentary films, and want to make sure that the public really knows what a gem we have in the community. And then lastly, I did want to ask the mayor and the city manager about the issue that Winter Dellenbach brought up on the changes that the county housing authority has made on the Buena Vista site, and that the city had previously been and is still a member of the three-party regulatory agreement where it had left off. We were to have that amended, and as my recollection, it was to be updated. And now we have some very significant changes on the county's plan for Buena Vista. And when would the council be able to have a discussion on what's happening there? Thank you.
City manager.
Thank you, Councilmember Burt. We are in consultation with both the city attorney and we'll be discussing with the mayor what the best next steps might be.
Does that mean we're not intending to have a public meeting where the council gets to have an update and a discussion on this?
No decision has been made on that at this point, so I can't say that we have an item on your docket.
Okay, well, I would strongly recommend that we have such a meeting.
Was that all? Okay. Councilman Lithcott Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll second that concern raised by Councilmember Burt, interest in having that discussion. What I wanted to report out on was this past Saturday, I was delighted to get to moderate a panel as part of the No King's Day local event, which culminated in a democracy fair. It was a panel, actually a workshop for new activists. Lots of people in the room getting inspired by those who have had more experience about how to take that first step when you're inclined to be concerned about something but aren't quite sure how to plug yourself in. So it was great to see so many Palo Altans out that day.
Okay, I have a couple of things. First of all, I hope all of you have seen Code Art by now. I did the opening remarks on Friday night and started off by saying this is a really big deal, and the pun was intended because it is a massive display of art and technology right up against the City Hall, and some amazing things where they're moving our windows inside and out. Just absolutely amazing. And then there are other exhibitions all over town. You kind of had to look for some of them, and some of them you tripped over. They were so great. There was a jazz concert going on inside of a gallery. Another gallery was open for the event. There were special deals and so on. And perhaps most importantly, and a lot of people stopped me just to thank, because they stopped me to thank Palo Alto for doing it, which I love that they have that kind of understanding. But downtown was slammed. It was absolutely jammed. And all of us were just kind of playing and smiling. And then there was this crazy dinosaur that was just amazing as well. So it was just a complete upbeat evening of seeing all of our people out and playing with something that, we invested in for exactly this benefit. Secondly, speaking of parties, I just want to mention that we in downtown South had our annual block party last night. And I mentioned it because this is a city-sponsored event that's been going on for 12 or so 15 years now, where we get a little bit of money and then the rest of the residents. And again, it was just such a wonderful community event. And you're there and you know your neighbors. We have we know a lot of our neighbors, but then we had this party and all these people showed up that I didn't even know. So I ran in and got my name tag because more people are moving in the neighborhood, a lot of young people, and it's just a verification of, the strength of neighborhoods wherever they are and wherever they're going to be. I always want to get that plug in for any new housing that we put up has to have open space in neighborhoods as well. But that thing is working, and I think a very good investment for our neighborhoods. And then this thirdly, as I noted previously, I'm going to participate in the Stanford General Use Permit GUP process, which is kicking off this Thursday, 6:30 to 8. It is open to the public, but you need to respond, do an RSVP for that. And that is you can respond at stanfordnext.stanford.edu. Councilmember, who was it? Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Sorry, I was slow to get my light. Just wanted to wish the community a very happy Diwali, and the Vice Mayor and I last weekend attended a Diwali celebration hosted by the Barron Park Association, and it was a well-attended event. Got to learn a lot about the holiday and have some great food. And both the Vice Mayor and I were invited to say a few words to the community. But the actual holiday is today.
Councilman Rectal?
Yeah, I just want to add my name to, I really think having a session on Buena Vista would be welcome both by the council and by the community.
Vice Mayor Vinker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I too, but I'm also wondering, is there any just high-level update that you could give us now about where things stand with the amended regulatory agreement?
Well, quick snapshot on the fly here would be to share that my understanding is that what the Housing Authority is proceeding with is a $24 million infrastructure investment to make improvements to their on-site utility infrastructure that does not preclude subsequent steps. That said, we had initial discussions on updating the regulatory agreement, and that really is I think as much as I am able to share at this point.
Let me step in. I'm getting a briefing internally tomorrow afternoon, actually, on this subject from staff.
Okay, great. All right, so then next, I just want to remind everyone to vote. You should have your ballots now. There are, I think, 3 Dropbox locations in our town, or you can mail it in, or obviously you can vote live on election day, but please vote. I also wanted to mention that I did have the pleasure of convening the Women in Non-Traditional Careers panel at the Santa Clara County Women's Leadership and Policy Summit at San Jose State on Saturday. And in addition to a Golden State Valkyries business person and a wealth advisor and a former machinist and me, we were represented so well by a female Palo Alto police officer in full dress uniform. People really took note of her, and she gave some just tremendous comments about her work here in the city, and it made me very proud of our city. Yes, I just want a +1 on the dinosaur for code art, because Thursday night was when I was watching the huge projection and the dinosaur and all the children that followed it like a Pied Piper. It was amazing. And finally, this Sunday at 1 p.m., the city-sponsored organization, Sibling Cities USA, supported by Neighbors Abroad, is doing an online town hall. So if you get your Sunday brunch, kick your feet up, you can just zoom in. Please sign up in advance. It's easy to find. There's QR codes on our website. But the topic is really important. It is polarization. What should we do about it? And we want to create a safe place to talk about how to talk together. And it should be very forward-looking. This is not a blame session. This is not a how did we get here and whose fault is it? This is a where do we want to go and how do we do that? And so this should be a very interesting conversation.
many Palo Altans have signed up, our friends in Bloomington have signed up, but we also have people in other cities across the country, and we welcome all. This is where we're inviting others in to see what we do with this civil discourse aspect of our program. So look on the Sibling Cities USA website, there's a QR code, or hit me up, and I hope you can join us on Sunday at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That concludes councilmember comments, and we are ready to begin our study session. This is on the Coverly project.
All right, Mayor, members of the council, let me just kick us off. We've got a multi-part presentation to you this evening. If I were to start with just the headline, this is, as a project, been making tremendous progress. Really want to thank our ad hoc committee for guiding the ongoing work. Staff will provide a general update on a variety of components, including the master planning effort, but in particular, the the topic that we would like to get city council concurrence on this evening is the next poll, polling that would be done in order to validate the direction and resident support for the direction that the master plan is headed. And let's see, we would hope that your discussion this evening will and that polling in particular will provide us some valuable feedback to continue the momentum that we have established at this point. So with that, let me ask our Director of Community Services, Kristen O'Kane, to lead off our presentation.
Thank you, City Manager Shikata. Good evening, council members. I'm Kristen O'Kane, Community Services Director, and with us here tonight is Christine Paras, Assistant Director of our Administrative Services Department, and we're two members of this team that's working on this project. We also have our partners at FM3 on Zoom who will be doing a presentation related to polling. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So as Mr. Shikata said, we have a few topics to go over tonight. I'm going to provide a quick update on the project work plan and schedule, an update on the Coverly Master Plan, particularly the phasing, and then we'll review and ask for feedback on themes for the second poll. So you can go to the next slide, please. So the work plan status. So we were last here in June, and a lot has happened since then. In June, we reviewed the poll results from the first community poll, and we also had our second community meeting, followed by our third community meeting in September. We've also been to several boards and commissions to present on the master plan and get feedback on progress to date. And on the next slide, I will talk about our upcoming project milestones. So we will be releasing the second poll in November, and followed by a third poll in February and a fourth poll in April, noting that we originally had 3 polls lined up. We are now doing 4. That is actually one of your consent items tonight to amend the contract to add an additional poll. We'll also be revisiting with the Planning and Transportation Commission, the Architectural Review Board, and the Parks and Rec Commission. And we'll be coming back to you, the council, in December with updates to the master plan, as well as results of the second community poll. Our goal is to then come back to you in March with master plan and CEQA adoption. So I'm going to transition now into discussing the master plan and phasing. So we can go to the next slide, please. I want to start out by just reminding everyone what our vision is for this master plan, one that was created by you, the council, as well as the community. And the vision is a vibrant, beloved, and adaptable destination that promotes learning, connections, joy, and well-being where all cultures and generations belong. So, and I just wanted to remind everyone that that's where we started and that's where we're going. And we think that we're in a really good place to provide these things to the community. So we had our third and final community meeting on September 17th. We had about 150 people there. It was a very vibrant and lively conversation. We presented 3 phases of the master plan and asked the community members, what is working well and excites you about the master plan? What is not working well or could be improved? And what creative ideas do you have to make the space exciting? So overall, the meeting reflected strong community engagement. And we got valuable input on both programming and site circulation. There was enthusiasm about program placement, especially the expanded sports and recreation center. They also noted appreciation for the phased approach, particularly with the notion that with a phased approach, there will be less disruption to services and programs on the site. And we also heard positive comments about the cafe, outdoor spaces, flexible spaces, and positive comments on parking and site circulation. When we switched to what participants thought was not working well, we heard parking and site circulation. So it was addressed in both. We heard it in both sides. And really that was related to phase 1. And I will talk about that when I get to the master plan just in shortly. Is in phase 1, there was concern that there wasn't enough parking represented. So I will share with you when I get to that slide how we might address that. And then there was also just recognition that people want to get through the site safely and naturally and easily. And also just re-emphasizing the concern with phasing, that maybe there won't be as many programs available, but I will also talk about how that will be addressed. So moving on to the next slide. Before I get into the real master plan concepts and the phasing itself, I wanted to really talk about the phasing and what that will do for us. So again, the master plan as a whole represents a long-term vision for Cubberley. The phasing allows for the site to be developed over time, recognizing that there are and will be funding limitations to do the full site at one time or even consecutively. It also provides a way to minimize program disruption during construction. So we feel that phase 1, or believe that phase 1 is what will be achievable through a successful ballot measure and support from community partners. Phase 1 is a combination of new and renovated buildings, which includes a recreation wellness center and performing arts center, and also programmable spaces for education, visual arts, and flexible uses. So to the next slide, please. You can actually advance 2 more. So I'm going to start with phase 1. Again, this is what we think will be achievable with a ballot measure. So phase 1 includes demolition of the area in the red outlined corner of the site. Just for reference to get for orientation, Middlefield is on the bottom left, Charleston Shopping Center's on the bottom right, and the fields are towards the top right of the slide. So demolition would occur in that first area outlined in red. You can advance to the next slide, please. And then that is where the Recreation and Wellness Center would be situated on the site. You will see some tennis courts there. Those are above a surface level parking lot, just 1 story above the surface level parking. The 3 buildings in tan would remain and be renovated. And after the Recreation Wellness Center is built, demolition of the next part of phase one would occur, and that is the area outlined in red there. And then you can advance to the next slide, please. And this is where we would add, in addition to the Recreation Wellness Center, we would have educational spaces and also a performing arts area, which would include 2 of the existing buildings, the pavilion and the theater. So those would be renovated again, as well as the building in the center. That's the only 2-story building on site right now, which is called the I building. The remaining buildings that exist on site today, the other brown buildings, would be renovated. And that would allow for improved facilities, but also allow for programming to continue and even be expanded. And the reason I say expanded is because right now, Palo Alto Unified School District is located on the site. They would be vacating their spaces. So that would allow, one, during construction, movement to those spaces till folks can move back into the new spaces, but also allow for continued programming. So again, this is phase one. We think it's a great plan to get us to help us achieve our vision in the short term, maybe a longer period of time. Again, we don't have funding right now for phases 2 and 3, or we don't have funding for phase 1 either, but we don't have an idea of how we will get funding for phases 2 and 3 at this time. So phase 1, again, is what we think could be achievable through the ballot measure. I wanted to talk about that idea of parking and how that might be achieved if we feel we need more parking in phase 1. We are looking at locations within the renovation area to add some surface level parking. So when we come up with a plan for that, we'll present that to the ad hoc and then the council the next time we come. Okay, so next slide, please. So this is the phase 1, so the first floor programming. I won't go through everything here, but you can just see how diverse the programming is. We're really trying to have flexible spaces that are adaptable to future use. Also recognizing what we've heard from the community is needed at the desired programming for the location, and also looking at spaces that we can have for potential emergency services. So future shelter areas, if there's an emergency, we would have that equipped and built into the community center. So we can go to the next slide, please. This shows the second floor programming for phase 1. So these buildings would all have second floors. There's one building that would have a third floor. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see that third floor programming. So you can advance, please. So future phases, again, would complete the concept of the long-term vision for the site. They're unlikely to be funded by this ballot measure, and timing for these future phases is unknown. The way the site is designed through the master plan is it allows for this flexibility. So one part can be designed, built. Another part it doesn't all have to be done at the same time. It's intentionally designed that way, so this phasing can occur. Next slide, please. So now I am going to go into just a couple slides on what these future phases would be. So phase 2 would be in the bottom left corner. There would be demolition. Next slide, please. That would then become visual arts and technology, recognizing that we would still have visual arts and technology in phase 1. They would just be in the renovated buildings or the new buildings. And then demolition on the bottom right corner. And then if you advance to the next slide, that's where additional programming occurs. What I wanted to point out too is we did hear a lot of positivity over the cafe area. Knowing that's in a later phase, we are addressing that by having some sort of cafe type feature in the Recreation Wellness Center. That was something that people seemed really, they really wanted. And I think part of that is just the social aspect of it and being able to do something while your kids are in a class or, something like that. So we just wanted to make sure that we were able to have that in phase 1 and not have to wait for phase 3. So next slide, please. And this would be after the master plan vision, long-term phasing would be complete at some point in the future. Next slide. So this just shows what the square footage of indoor and outdoor spaces and parking would be as of how the master plan is today. So the existing site, phase 1, and then the future phases. Again, we are looking to increase that phase 1 parking by looking at some additional surface area parking. And then next slide. All right, and now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, and we can come back if that's the, yes, come back to questions on the master plan later. And you can tell how excited I am with this project by how I just get excited talking about it. It's really been a fun and also challenging project to work on. So I appreciate the ad hoc and my colleagues too, and us all getting this far, but that's why I'm talking fast and in an excited voice because it's such a great project.
It's significant progress since the last time we saw it on both staff part and the ad hoc, who I know from talking to the chair occasionally about this, that it is fast and furious, but you're making things happen. So
thank you. So I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Director O'Kane. Thank you, Council. My name is Christine Peras, Assistant Director of Administrative Services. We presented the results of poll number 1 to you last June. It seems like forever. This is the second of 4 proposed polls for the Coverly project. We met with the Coverly Ad Hoc Committee on August 5th, October 7th, and 14th, and we incorporated their feedback. It was a lot of exciting conversation that was very helpful for us to outline this poll. And so we recalibrated the goals of this poll based on that feedback to refine voter support for how much they are willing to pay annually for a tax measure, test whether the voters are open to other tax measures, including a sales tax or utility users tax measure, in addition to a bond and parcel tax, and then test voter opinion on their priorities for the Coverly campus by including components of the Coverly vision statement in the questionnaire. We also included council's feedback from last June of potentially packaging additional projects in together with the Coverly ballot measure. As Director O'Kane mentioned, we're recommending adding an additional poll, which would run in February, which is a total of 4 polls. The contract with FM3 is on your consent calendar tonight. And Miranda Everett and her team have drafted the poll outline, which will pivot to their presentation. And that poll will launch immediately after the election next month. And the results will be reviewed with the ad hoc in mid-November and with council in December. So if you don't mind, City Clerk, switching to FM3's presentation, and Miranda's online for her part.
Yeah, hello, my name is Miranda Everett. I'm a partner at FM3 Research based in the Bay Area, LA, and Portland, Oregon. We've done lots of work with the city over the years and are excited to work with you all again. So I'm here to talk about the framework for the poll that we are looking to put in the field just after the Prop 50 election in just a few weeks here. So if we can scroll down to the next slide, I'll get started. So this is the second of the 4 polls planned at the moment. As you may recall, the first poll evaluated some of the individual structural elements that could be part of a ballot measure. So, not having necessarily the full meal, but looking at all the ingredients and seeing what things folks are most excited about, which are the ones that they could take or leave, getting a better sense of what people's appetite is in the community for the center and what we do at the center. This poll is designed to test voters' preferred scope of the vision for the project. So knowing that some of the bigger picture scopes have a bigger price tag potentially, and some of the smaller scopes have smaller price tags, knowing that different ballot measure mechanisms may have different implications, just looking at all the different pieces of the puzzle so we can put something together in those later polls that adds up to ballot measure language and the sort of feasibility that we would need to do to make sure that we have something to put to voters that they're potentially willing to support. And each poll, of course, is going to build on the prior poll and on council direction. Next slide, please. So starting with our survey framework here, we've got a couple introductory questions here, like right direction, wrong track. That's just to get a sense of the attitude in the community, how people are feeling, whether they are optimistic or pessimistic, and get them kind of into the groove of taking the survey. We also have that data point to compare to prior surveys over many years, so we can sort of make a trend line and see whether people are feeling happier or more grumpy, or how they're feeling, how it's changed over time. We'll next ask their familiarity with the Cubberley Community Center. We'll compare that to prior surveys as well and see, with the additional kind of community conversation that's been going on, has the level of awareness grown? And if it has, where is it growing? Which folks are learning more about it? That'll give us an interesting crosstab as well. Folks who know the most about the center right now, do they feel differently about their priorities for a center than the ones who have yet to learn more about it? Next, we'll ask about their satisfaction with the center. We'll use a split sample here, so half will be asked about the condition of the center, the sort of physical infrastructure of it, and the second half will be asked about services. So one half will hear one half will hear the other. They won't hear both. It's sort of an A/B test of the two different questions, which we've asked in prior surveys as well. We can look and see how folks' impressions have been changing. We also have a new question this time around. This is about whether Cubberley needs more space, could be smaller, or has the right amount of space, just kind of understanding whether people feel like it's kind of outgrown itself, or whether they just don't know or feel somewhere in the middle. That's a new question that we're adding this time around in response to some ad hoc comments, and I think the kind of good sense that we have that we really want to understand the scope that people are passionate about here. We also want to know the perceived need for additional funding for a community center and services. We've asked that in the past as well. We asked this question sort of divorced from mechanism or willingness to pay or priorities or things like that. Just, do you see the need? So that's a question we'll re-ask in this survey. It'll be an important crosstab for us. And then finally, we'll introduce people to the Cubberley site, and we'll say, a little bit more about where it's located physically, who currently owns the space, that sort of thing. And then ask whether they support a measure to purchase the land with proceeds going to PAUSD to repair and upgrade the center, and to create a destination with activities, amenities, and offerings that promote learning, joy, and well-being where all cultures and generations belong. So essentially, do they support this kind of mission statement we have for the overall vision of the project? And then we'll ask them in a few words of their own to tell us why they support or potentially oppose this idea. And then we'll kind of add up those different categories and mark down the percentages who offered different rationales for and against. Next slide, please. Our next task will be to really dig into those puzzle pieces, as I mentioned. So first, we'll ask about potential mechanisms. Some are a general tax with a 50% plus margin needed for passage. Some will require 2/3. We want to get a sense of whether people feel any particular way about these different mechanisms distinct from one another. So that includes a parcel tax, a potential bond measure, a utility users tax, and a sales tax. Just putting all the options on the table and seeing how people feel about each one individually. Next, we'll ask about their willingness to pay a range of household amounts annually for a range of different visions and scopes. So here we give them, here's the amount per year, here's what it would do. Starting low at $250 to purchase land and do minor renovations. Then moving upward to $500 to purchase land, build a new recreation and wellness area on the site, and do some minor renovations. Or $750 to purchase land, build the new recreation and wellness center and performing arts center, on the site, as well as do minor renovations rather. So kind of getting a sense when we pair the amount and the scope of the project, where do people fall? How do they feel? Next, we'll ask them a forced choice question, as we like to call it. Give them two options and say, if you had to choose, which comes closer to your opinion? Do you want something smaller and more focused on renovations and limited upgrades, or do you want something that's larger and providing a fully updated center with additional space, facilities, and amenities? Just getting, again, that bigger picture sense of the scope they're looking for in this first phase of the project. Then, as mentioned by staff, we want to look at the impacts of including additional potential projects. Is it helpful? Do folks feel more passionate about the project if it includes downtown community center improvements, upgrades to the Rinconada Pool, upgrades to the Ventura Community Center, or developing 2 acres of parkland honoring Asian American history at the location of a historic Chinese-owned cannery? So a couple more specific projects in different parts of the city, and seeing whether people feel more passionate about the project overall, if those might be included. The next slide shows what looks like probably quite a long list of different potential uses for the center. These will be split sampled, so everyone will hear about half of what's listed here. And this is really our place to kind of test every word and phrase and see what are the things people are most passionate about. Now, some of these come from the first poll, the things that we saw that were really compelling there. We have a lot of new ones we've included this time around with staff and ad hoc committee guidance. We really want to test just every word and phrase here. Is it preserving trees or expanding trees in outdoor space? Is it providing an outdoor swimming pool, or are they more passionate about an outdoor amphitheater? Just looking at every way we know how to look at different priorities and seeing what people really value the most. And then I believe the final slide in my presentation is about the last few questions in the survey. We give people reasons to support the measure concept, not specifically a bond, but whatever the measure concept may be. That includes the affordable things to do that could happen there, the need for repairs and upgrades to seismic technology and ADA standards, the state-of-the-art facility that would be created, the community connection that would be created, the fact that we could create an emergency shelter and resilience hub, and also a message about how purchasing the land provides control for the city to kind of control their destiny and what happens on that space going forward. Then we would re-ask the conceptual question and say, now that you've heard some reasons to support it, do you feel more supportive? We then have reasons to potentially oppose it, so some critical messages. And these are the typical ones we test in all of our sort of finance measure polling. That includes, we've got higher priorities right now, taxes are too high, maybe there's government waste and mismanagement, just the sort of typical things that we may hear from naysayers. Then we have a final ask of the conceptual question before we turn to key demographics. Have they participated in cupboardly planning in the past? Do they have children at home? Level of education, race and ethnicity, income, political ideology, and gender. All of those will make sure that we have a good balanced sample that reflects the population of the city, and also give us important crosstabs so that we can look at, how do people's opinions differ by whether they have children at home? Are parents more supportive than non-parents, et cetera? And then we've got some information on the voter file itself that we don't need to ask, such as age, their party registration, and past election participation. Next slide, please. That takes us to the end. I am happy to take questions and discussion.
And Madam Clerk, I do have, I think, one more slide on the other presentation. Great, thank you. So just some next steps. So we'll be meeting with the Parks and Rec Commission ad hoc and the full commission next month. Again, coming back to the council in December, and then continuing our CEQA analysis and master planning concepts until we come back in March. And then polling, again, next poll will be released in mid-November. Results will be presented to the council in December, and then third and fourth polls in early 2026. I also wanted to mention that just because we've done with our community meetings, it doesn't mean our engagement efforts have ended. We'll also be doing some site activation to encourage people to come to Cubberley. That will start with a 3-month family movie night series. So beginning in November, there'll be family movie night at the Cubberley Theater. And then we'll have one in November, December, and January. So something fun for families to do in the winter when we can't be outside as much. So I'm looking forward to that. And with that, that's the end of my presentation. I'm going to turn it back over to City Manager Shikata.
Thank you, Director O'Kane. So just a final wrap-up comment. Oh, actually, could we keep that slide up for one more second? My apologies, City Clerk. Let's go back to the prior slide.
Sorry, there's just a little bit of a delay.
Gotcha. All right, very good. So again, just a quick wrap-up comment. This may be obvious, but still worth repeating. We've referred to this effort on this project. Project seems too small a term for what we're doing here, but this undertaking, we've referred to it as iterative. And I think this slide provides a good example as we try to juxtapose the master planning effort with the polling. So in effect, the master planning identifying what it is we're trying to achieve with the site, and then the polling really confirming both the interest level as well as ultimately the resources that the Palo Alto voters are willing to support the realization of that vision. So we've been really toggling back and forth between the two now, hopefully with the second poll to get a validation on the direction that we're headed with the master planning. So as those two efforts are converging, we really are looking forward to, and you can see the progress that is being made in really honing the master plan in a way that is mindful of the resources that are potentially available, getting that validation, and then being able to finalize the master plan based upon that additional feedback. So this really does reflect the effort and the method that's been undertaken to get both to this point, as well as we would hope to see ourselves really finalizing the master plan and bringing forward a project that Palo Alto can really be proud of. So with that, Mayor and Council, that concludes our presentation. Back to you, and perhaps there are comments from the ad hoc as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. Again, would members of the ad hoc like to give an overview? Great.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I want to begin by thanking Mr. Shikata, Ms. O'Kane, Ms. Paras, and the entire team of city staff, too numerable to mention, who are behind this effort. You have really gotten us to this point. Ms. O'Kane, great to see you feeling and naming your enthusiasm, as your face has become my litmus test for how it's going at any given point in time. So keep it up. I also want to thank our poll consultants, Ms. Everett and her colleagues at FM3. I find it just amazing that collectively, between Cubberley diehards in our community, an extensive number of staff, boards and commissions, including the PRC, Public Art, PTC, and ARB, potential private partners, my colleagues on the ad hoc, and the full council, we have made amazing progress. We are bearing down on a complicated work plan full of interdependencies, and we have, as you've heard, fantastic updates. I do believe we are within striking distance of being able to upgrade this old gal and deliver a fantastic resource to our community. We are at an exciting milestone with this poll, where we're ready to present two different paths forward to the public and ascertain what price point they're willing to support in order to achieve either option, and get a clearer sense of the taxation vehicle the public has the best appetite for, so we know where the odds are best for reaching the threshold required to pass it. Ms. Everett, if I could, I just have one quick question, and then I'll turn things over to my colleagues for their questions. I just noted in your slide on the price points in the poll, you had indicated it capping at $750, whereas I thought we had discussed going from $250 to $1,250. So did that change, or was that an error in the slide?
I believe that was direction from staff, but it could be our error. So let me check with staff and make sure that we have that correct.
Yeah, I'd be happy to reiterate on that. Really based upon the discussions we had with the ad hoc, we did not want to overshoot the target, quite frankly. So we did limit it. I think is it 750 is the high end? But
Yes.
certainly if council feels comfortable pulling that additional, raising the ceiling, so to speak, that I believe our consultants would be able to incorporate that.
Well, I do wonder if there's wisdom in presenting the higher range because it may give people more appetite for the middle. But I'm not the expert on any of those things. Anyway, thank you so much. I'm happy to turn things over to my ad hoc colleagues and the rest of the council.
Ad hoc colleagues? I can't remember who's, it looks like Councilmember Stone. No, sorry. Okay, Councilmember Burt. You didn't press it.
Thank you. So I really want to commend staff and FM3 for continuing to refine the content of this next poll. One of the things that the ad hoc committee really want to make sure that we're asking the public is to give, for the public to provide their feedback between not just how much they're willing to pay to make Coverly modernized and expanded, but linking those different potential levels of annual payment in a tax to what they would get for it. I think we're really starting to zero in. It's only the second poll, and each of these polls inform what we'll put in the next one. One of the things that was very valuable to the committee was a table of existing long-term leases because we, and that was on slide 7 of the presentations that the ad hoc committee received on October 7th. And I think it's very important for the council to see that because we had discussions and the Concordia public process had looked at different scales of indoor and outdoor space, comparing our current indoor space of 184,000 square feet to a phase 2 and 3 of 284,000, and the in-between of the phase 1, which is really all that we think that we can really be envisioning constructing in the foreseeable future, and that's really the focus that we have, and that was 247,000 square feet. What was very interesting to the committee was the amount of long-term tenant leases, which includes some tenants that are even for profit, was about 65,000 square feet. So when we're looking at what we need versus what we might envision as possible and an ideal, we have we need to ultimately align the plan with what the voters are willing to do and what they really are really desiring versus what they might dream of if given a blank slate and say, well, if you could have everything in the world, if money didn't matter, what would the plan be? And we're trying to reconcile money does matter. It matters to the voters. We're limited on how much the voters will support. We don't know exactly what that is yet. And then we have the question of what we need to really serve our nonprofits that are there now. And then what additional programming we think is important for this community center that isn't presently being provided, which is not necessarily the same programming as if we asked every constituency in the community, what would you love to have there? And I'm concerned that what we have in the Concordia plan is more, what would you love to have there versus what do we really need and what would we really prioritize that we don't yet have? And we don't yet have answers to those questions, but I think it's really important that we frame it correctly. And I'm hoping that staff will be able to pull up that slide so that the other members of the council can see what we as a committee saw that was a very important slide. Thank you.
Councilman Richter.
Yeah, I'll just echo. I share the same concerns. We want to be realistic, but we also want to dream. And where along that spectrum are we? Because the bigger the project is, the more it can serve the community, and that's a good thing. But it'll cost more. And what's the balance? And this poll will help guide us on what's the right sizing of this project. The other thing is on FM Forbes slide 4, they listed 4 possible potential projects, and I'd like people in council to chime in there. For example, the Rinconada pool replacing gas doesn't really warm my heart. It may warm the gas, warm the pool, but not warm my heart. And I'm curious if people have the same impression about that. The one that I think is missing is that we're gonna have thousands of new residents down in San Antonio, and they don't have a park. They're over a mile from a park, and our guideline is a half mile from a park. They're gonna be twice the guideline. And so we really do need a park down there, and how do we fund that? And if we can have some money to even to front load it, pay us back later as we build and get park impact fees. But right now we have no money to build a park down there. And I'm afraid that if we don't build it, don't start planning it now, we won't get a park down there, and those people will be underserved. So I think that would be a valuable addition. Question is will it generate votes? That's the question. But I think it would be a very good way of spending our money. But overall, I mean, I'm really excited about this project. Coverly is very valuable to the city. It's a little dumpy, but it's beloved, and this will make Coverly even better. So I'm very excited about this.
Okay, other council members? Councilor Stone?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first, I also want to just provide my thanks to staff, all the community that's been involved in this, as well as the ad hoc. Really impressive where we're at. I generally really like it. I think the phased approach is brilliant, and I love the activation over the years and being able to maintain those key services and programs while construction is occurring. I think that's the right way to go. One, because I am definitely concerned about how we're going to pay for this, and I agree with everything that's already been said. One thought, and I don't know if this has been discussed, I do know we have a pretty strict kind of naming policy of city-owned buildings and rooms, and kind of curious we've never re-examined that during the time that I've been on council. Maybe worth re-examining to see if that's a potential tool to be able to help raise money for phase 2 and phase 3. I've been surprised by some of the things that I've learned through the Roth building process about what we allow and what we don't. And so it looks like city manager might have a response.
Well, only to suggest that that's certainly one of the possible avenues that we could pursue as we're talking to partners in organizations and any entities that might be interested in helping to fund the facilities themselves. In general, I think naming is likely to be sort of a second tier opportunity versus, quite frankly, and potentially as a part of naming, really contributing funds toward construction itself. So that would certainly be a part of those discussions.
Great. And then I was impressed with all the great health and fitness space, but notice there's no space for a weight room. I'm curious if there's been any discussion about that gyms with weight rooms are really expensive in the area, but it's a growing area of interest for people of all ages who are trying to stay fit and active. And there are definitely no affordable gyms with weight rooms in Palo Alto. I think that's something worth looking into, especially since we're expanding the interior space here by 100,000 square feet. And according to ChatGPT, not the best, but They estimate like 6,000 to 8,000 square feet is kind of typical for a kind of a community type weight room. So curious, and I think that could also be an opportunity to maybe charge a small fee as well for residents who might want to use it to be able to kind of offset some of those costs, especially with staffing issues. But definitely keeping it lower than what kind of competitors would be in the area.
If I could lead off with a comment, others feel free to chime in. A couple of thoughts on that. One is it's a good example and a reminder that while there are specific uses that have been outlined in the diagrams, that we are still very early in what you might consider the programming of the space. So there's still quite a bit of work to be done on deciding actually what would fit within various spaces. That said, I would note we have heard some very specific, I'll say, concerns about including a weight room to the extent that can be seen by community members as something that the private sector does provide, and really raising the question as to whether that should be part of a public and facility, and largely reason it's been referred to as a recreation wellness to have more general programming rather than something as specific that you might find in a commercial enterprise. So again, no decision made, but would note that that has been identified in early feedback as to some of the impressions of that particular feature.
Understood. I think one that should be kind of continue to be discussed. I understand that private sector usually does, but that is an area where I think a lot of community members have been priced out of Palo Alto because there are no affordable options within the city. So I think it's something worth looking into. But overall, we're headed in the right direction. So really excited about it, and thanks again to everybody.
Vice Mayor Baker.
Thank you. Mainly, I just want to say how pleased I am to see this, and thanks to all involved, and Ms. O'Kane, you in particular, leading the show here, and thank you to my colleagues. I wanted to just endorse Councilmember Stone's idea, albeit perhaps divergent from our processes of exploring naming. I think that could be a way, especially in a community like this, of really helping us with some of our budget issues there. So I would encourage that we explore that further. Second, I love the phases, but what I like most about them is that the third phase is so attractive that I think you're going to compel people to want to try to find a way to get there, which is wonderful. And I'm wondering whether when I look between, I don't think these slides are numbered, but the first slide for phase 3 shows the buildings. And then the second slide, I think, is pretty much the same, except for it has the landscaping on it. And so you can really see on the first slide for phase 3, there's a lot of open space there. And I'm just wondering to what degree that can help satisfy Councilmember Rekdal's concerns about parks, because I do share that. And it seems like we end up with more than we start with, I think, under this approach, which I kind of love. I have to say, the university I went to undergrad did a very unusual thing and sort of took out some buildings in the center of its campus and put in some green space, which is something that, they're usually cramming buildings in, sort of infill goes university. But this was the opposite, and it just made an extraordinary difference on campus and became a real gathering place because it was central with a lot of things around it. And so I don't know that it technically qualifies as parkland, but I think functionally it might be helpful to our community. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
Only to comment that was very intentional, and that was specifically a part of the overall both objectives in order to provide actual open space that feels like open space, as well as provide additional trees. And again, a part of town that doesn't have quite the urban forest and an opportunity to enhance that. Clerk, okay?
Sure, thank you. I was going to say something similar. And yes, it was designed in a way that there could be larger outdoor community events, but there's also smaller places for just community to gather on their own. So I think it also helps as we continue to develop the San Antonio Road area plan to have this in mind, that it's a close proximity to that and can provide some recreation and parkland for new people who come to that area.
Yeah, that's terrific. And hopefully it will help entice our public to want to move forward with phases 2 and 3 as well. So anyway, thank you. I'm very eager to learn the results of this next survey. I think that will tell us an awful lot about how best to move forward, but it looks like we're on the move. So thank you.
Yeah, I just want to add, I think the phasing is spot on. I think the current priorities make good sense. I think the poll, what we're trying to get there is fine. I don't feel like we have to go over the $1,000 mark, which is sort of a stunning number, an annual cost. The one thing that my colleagues haven't emphasized, which I know is there, I just want to congratulate you for using the concept of flexibility so much in so many places. That's so critical because this is going to be there hopefully forever. And who knows, pickleball might not even be popular 50 years from now. So we have to be able to make our moves. But I think that's really sensible just to be, and you can make moves here, really quickly without more construction, more substantial construction. So that's the only sort of new piece that I like to add to the kudos you're getting from all of the council members here. So again, thanks to the staff and really a lot of work by the ad hoc to our colleagues here. Proud of all of you. Good job. Councilmember Liu.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm excited by the progress overall. I want to echo the thanks to staff and the council ad hoc and to the public that participated in several sessions. Just starting off with a couple of tactical points, I think it would be interesting to me in the polling to think about how we could actually structure the tax in a more equitable way. So whether it's per parcel or per square foot or assessed value, that will obviously have different costs for different kinds of people, and there could be a more progressive option or one option that pulls significantly worse or better. I'm curious to see if that will actually matter and if that's something that we could look into. On polling, I think there's also potentially a message about supporting schools. And I think the point about private funding, both in terms of fundraising for a recreation center or naming rights, is maybe something we want to be ready to work on or ask about in polling, just in the sense that it feels convincing to me that if I'm going to vote on a very expensive project, that I can see the city and its stakeholders are trying as hard as possible to reduce the costs and get more done without a tax. And another tactical thing is just that I think the list of projects that we're floating outside of Coverly are great. Though I also find the maybe pool heating maybe a bit less exciting in terms of, I probably expect that to be less exciting to the public, but overall it's a really great list. It has a kind of larger or more sort of strategic points. I think prioritizing uses is really critical. I agree 100% with Councilmember Burt here. I think the previous poll results were good and did tease some of these points out. I think just a truth that we should acknowledge is that for the existing workshops and public feedback that we've gotten, Anecdotally, it feels like a large plurality, maybe even close to a majority of people were closely affiliated to existing tenants and existing uses, right? And so when we go to the public and ask for their priorities, it could be quite different. And so obviously all the public feedback we've gotten so far has been really detailed, and it's really useful to have that expertise from people who are actively using the dance studios or actively running educational programs. But we do need some checks sort of from the bigger community as well. I don't want to comment too much on specific uses. I think things like a weight room or climbing wall or things like this are all like really exciting, and like I can get excited about basically all of them. I think one thing that we could consider though is to kind of going off an idea that former Mayor Larry Klein discussed, have some kind of RFP process or some way to get other ideas and other stakeholders contributing ideas and enthusiasm. I think the current plan is great, but there's just things that I can't even quite imagine, like what the next junior museum and zoo is, things that you wouldn't even expect or even argue that we would exactly need, but that if we could get private funding or community enthusiasm around, could actually be an asset to both the campaign and to the community. So those are my comments. Really excited about the progress so far, and thank you again.
Okay, I think that's a wrap. It's a study section. We're going to do some some comments, but I don't see any action item here.
One concurrence on the survey, but I believe we may also have some public comment.
No, I
Gotcha.
Yeah, I was going to do that. I just was asking if there's any action that we have to take, and I don't see it here. So, did you want sort of a straw poll?
Well, unless there are changes that are being recommended.
Okay, well, we'll do public comment, see if anybody has come.
Well, Mayor, and I had made the request that the council be able to see the, what was slide 7 that the ad hoc committee had previously received.
Yes, the clerk just brought it up.
Thank you. So if you'll see the leased area, the bottom, the summary is really enlightening. I think we as a committee had assumed a much greater percentage of the existing space, which is 184,000 of indoor, which really, we may have a little apples to oranges comparison here, because indoor space, I assume that includes the current recreation space, the pavilion and things. So these are folks who are leasing those spaces, and the pavilion and things would not be part of that. But part of what we came to recall and appreciate is that when PAUSD, at our request, took back the 7 acres in 2020, the buildings that were on there, they've been utilizing for their own purposes, and they'd be vacating that. And that would all become, whichever of those buildings we would retain would become eligible for nonprofit partners in a way that they're not eligible today. So it really changed didn't give us conclusions, but it really changed our thinking and considerations of trying to figure out what are our needs, what are our strong preferences for additional space, and then what might be the ideal that we have. And certainly the polling's going to help inform that, but it's also a question of who's there now and what community needs are we trying to meet. Thanks.
Councilor Recto?
I just wanted to answer Vice Mayor's question about the parks. Yeah, from the commercial area over by San Antonio and Charleston, it's 9/10 of a mile just to get to the front door, to the very front corner of Cubberley. And it's over a mile to get back to the playing field. So and then the problem, our guidelines are, we want between a quarter mile and a half mile to every park. And so we're much, much further than our standard. So, thank you.
Okay, let's go to, oh, sorry.
Could I just add to that great point by Councilmember Rickdahl? Totally agree. And typically, when an area is in need of a park, the people in that area are the most vociferous about it. And the trouble is, those thousands of new residents on San Antonio aren't here yet. And so we're all trying to advocate on their behalf. And I'm not sure for that reason whether putting it, into this effort is going to sway current voters. I think we'd really have to do quite a campaign about the importance of our rule about how close people should be to parks.
Yeah, and I would say that we're still relatively optimistic that with all the development that has to go on there, that we can carve out a park in some negotiations with vendors or in some way or another, because it's a lot of land and we definitely want a park there. I think the cities and the council's committed to that. So we have to make that happen. Okay, can we go to public comment? How many?
We have 3 requests to speak.
Okay, normal 3 minutes.
Our first speaker is UDD.
Good evening, council members and ad hoc. My name is Yudi Lin, and I'm here tonight as our current Palo Alto Parks and Recreation Commissioner, and I'm a longtime heavy user of Kapolei Community Center. I also volunteer at the Kapolei Committee, and I was a Kapolei Fellow before. I'm here because I believe this project embodies the best of Palo Alto. By the way, I'm also on the board of the Friends of Palo Alto Recreation and Wellness Center, AKA our city's gym. I think this community center is not just a gym, it's a gathering place for all generations, from seniors staying active, to teens playing safely, to families building healthy habits together. I'm there every day. I've spent countless hours at Kapolei, attending community programs, volunteering, meeting friends. I've seen firsthand how much this shared space means to people. A modern wellness center will strengthen that sense of belonging and become a beacon for physical, mental, and social well-being in our city. And this is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for all of us. And thanks to our staff, Mr. Shidaka, Mr. King, and your team working so hard. And I'm thrilled to see that this Recreation and Wellness Center is included in phase 1, the very first building to be realized. And it's a powerful signal that wellness and recreation are at the heart of Palo Alto. On behalf of the Friends of Palo Alto Recreation and Wellness Center and many residents who cherish Kapolei, thank you all for your leadership and your commitment to creating a healthier and more connected Palo Alto. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Mark G.
Hi, thank you, council members, and thank you to the staff for all the work you've done on this so far. I've owned and operated Agile Physical Therapy, a local Palo Alto company, for 23 years. We've seen people between 8 years old and 108 years old in the Palo Alto community, so we feel like we have a great perspective on the needs, physical needs of the community. The Recreation and Wellness Center is something that we highly promote. I joined the Friends of Palo Alto Recreation Center so I could help strengthen the private-public partnership, so we'd be able to help raise funds and offset the impact on the community. And we're really excited about the future prospects that what the Recreation Center and the entire Kapolei project will bring. I also had the opportunity to be a fellow for the Concordia group, and I've been able to be acutely engaged. One of the reasons why I was brought on to the Friends of Palo Alto board was because I have 25 centers around the area, hoping to build efficient and safe gym spaces that would be accommodated in the current space. But again, the programming has still not been completely fleshed out yet. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Jennifer D.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Jennifer DiBrienza, and I'm calling in on behalf of a really strong group of Palo Alto citizens who are enthusiastically ready to help move this project forward. You've already heard from two of them tonight, and I'm glad that they are really helping us in the work we've already started doing. We are a group of citizens that have web designers and marketing folks and generally excited citizens, all of us Coverly users in some way. We're really excited by the ideas and proposals that are already being discussed, multi-generational gathering spaces for health, wellness, arts, entertainment, exercise, music, dance, the list goes on. Thank you all for the work you've already done. We would like you to all move forward as quickly as possible so that we can take the baton from you and keep it going. So many citizens in this city are behind this project. And we're grateful for all the work that's already been done, from negotiating with the school district to all the Concordia work, the polling. I know there's an ad hoc committee hard at work. Thank you all so much, and let's go.
And that concludes public comment on study session item 1.
Great, thanks. Lots of enthusiasm out there. Use that as the litmus test, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, for the enthusiasm in the community. Okay, so the question is back to us. Is there any changes that we'd like to make in terms of a specific action on the polls or anything else? Or do we press on till the next meeting? Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Well, I did hear a couple of colleagues raise concerns about the Rinconada heat pump water heater pool upgrade. And I think Councilmember Burt had raised that in our ad hoc is not the most compelling thing to put on the poll. If you're only going to list 4 things, does that one really rise to the occasion? So I'd love to hear staff thoughts on what might be on there instead, or how we could make, I think you alluded to the fact that it's more than just upgrading the water heater. There's more to it at Rinconada, but we're not phrasing it that way currently.
Sure. So there is the Rinconada Long Range Plan that is not funded at the moment and would actually do more improvements at the pool at the Rinconada facility than just upgrading the heat pump system.
And if I could, I would just add that there's really not a limit to the number of items that could be listed. Again, we were primarily trying to identify sensitivity that we might test in terms of the respondents' reaction to having these additional projects and whether that would make a difference in their support for the Coverly project. So really is something of a judgment call as to whether included or to swap it out for anything else. At the same time, I think also do want to note that we wouldn't want to put something on the list that is, one, so expensive that quite frankly would take away from our ability to deliver the Coverly plan, or two, that we don't really have a concept as to what the scope of what's proposed would be, and as such, not have a strong handle on the cost involved. So that's the balancing act we've tried to strike.
Okay, so maybe we could get some colleagues' thoughts on that and whether anything needs to be swapped out. The other question I wanted to raise is the notion of keeping it, the mayor said, does not feel we should put the $1,000 mark on there. Actually, we had proposed $1,250. He was like, and I agree, $1,000 is a stunning number as an annual cost, you said, and I agree. However, if we're offering them the possibility of the full, whatever you say, full Monty, I want to say if that's not correct, the full, plan, phase 3, but we haven't tested what appetite they might remotely have for that upper end, then we won't know. And we may do the disservice of, if they take the poll, they may come away with the impression that, at $750, they could get the full thing, whereas at $250, they could only get phase 1. So I would hate to mislead inadvertently and fail to collect the data we need on whether phase 2 and 3 is remotely possible.
So along those lines, if the council is willing to allow staff to come up with another line, an additional line above the 750 figure, that we would describe it and identify the appropriate dollars accordingly.
do we want to get any feedback from our polling expert here? Or
Sure. Any, Miranda, any thoughts you'd like to share?
Sure. So I think given that we had direction to start low and then move up as we go, and given the fact that as we add higher dollar amounts, we're also telling people they get more for it. I think that it would be fine to add another data point to the survey if we'd like to.
Maybe we could say $9.99. I hear that goes over better than 1,000.
you're just trying to make me happy. Councilmember Burt, your light's on.
Thank you. So just chiming in on the Rinconada pool, I think that the concept of framing something around the Rinconada master plan is a much more interesting and potentially appealing matter, which could include the pool. And a lot of work had been done on that master plan, so it's not coming out of left field. It's also, I think, a small fraction of what the bond measure would be, and so it's not going to significantly alter the financial viability of the Coverly plan to include that. And I think we had all discussed too that what we had seen on the library master plan was that when the original the polling was toward one consolidation and putting all the dollars in the Mitchell Library, it didn't have the community support. When it was 80% of all the dollars there in the library and community center and 20% for the other libraries, it had very strong community support. Lastly, several of my colleagues had brought up the naming rights issue, and that is something that we have discussed. And I think that is, in my mind, very open on what we should be doing going forward on naming rights. And some of the partners that are exploring really coming forward with significant investments in Coverly, that would be very much a need for them to be able to be successful in their fundraising to support us. So we're with you on that.
So is a summary that we want to add one bracket higher and talk about something in the North County, maybe around Rinconada initiation of the master plan or something like that?
That sounds like consensus.
Okay.
Very good. We will proceed accordingly. Thank you.
Okay. Great. Terrific item to be dealing with. Love it. Love it.
Now.
Okay, next up is, wait, do we have our, yeah, we had our public comment, sorry. Next up is the consent calendar. And I just want to confirm that the old quasi-judicial 70 has been replaced by a new quasi-judicial 70, which is item number 2 in the revised packet. I'm sorry, item number, yes, 2, sorry, 3. So 3 in the revised packet is the correct item, right?
That is correct, yes.
Because it was crossed out of the other one, okay. And then I think we all know, and the public should know, that we also have an AA2, which is approval of appointment and employment agreement with Stephen Lindsay as fire chief. So that's been added, and we'll be voting on that in the consent calendar as well. Okay, so do we have a motion yet? Motion to go with the consent calendar? I will take public comment too.
Do you want to take public comment first? Okay, I'll move the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, thanks. It's on the table now. So is there any public comment?
Yes, there's one request to speak. Our first speaker is Herb B.
Madam Mayor, allowing council members, the mayor mentioned the revised packet. I saw no revised packet link for the public to review. So the only thing that I have comments on is the staff report that was up for agenda item 3 in the packet that was available to the public. I'm requesting that you remove this one from the agenda because you don't have the complete information you need to make a decision. Maybe it's in a revised packet that the public hasn't seen, in which case other members of the public beside me haven't seen it. As far as, you never had the meeting minutes from the Planning Commission or an action by the Planning Commission to approve the minutes, which is the record below that you need to get on the agenda. In fact, since the Planning and Transportation Commission meeting of August 27, no agenda of that commission has minutes approval for any meeting. So the failure to have a copy of the record below means that you can't act on this today. About all that this submitted to you compared to the one that you received for your December 29 meeting is they just cut and pasted everything in that staff report and record of land use action. If you have a revised packet with another one, that hasn't been available to the public generally. Basically, what was available here from the previous copy that had been cut and pasted said there were no public comments at the time they were preparing the agenda packet for your previous meeting on this item. But I submitted a letter for that previous meeting and which indicated my concerns about the staff report and the record of land use action. And in the absence of a response from staff in writing to indicate the reason for making any changes to those, in a red line version and a clean copy, which is a typical thing that happens when they're correcting something, I believe you haven't done what's required to have a consideration and discussion and action this evening. Perhaps nobody at this point is willing to follow through on a lawsuit. The proper date to look for when the decision was posted on the county website would have been on May 12th. If you look on the state's, the program number that you go to the Office of Problems and Research, it gives you the 2014 plan.
And that concludes public comment on consent calendar items 2 through 15 and AA2.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments from council members? Okay, we'll move to a vote. City Clerk.
Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal,
Yes.
Councilmember Lou,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. City Manager?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, City Council. Be happy to move on to my city manager comments, but before I do that, would like to yield the floor for a moment to our newly appointed Fire Chief, Stephen Lindsay, who I believe would like to address the City Council.
Excellent.
Good evening, Council. Steve Lindsay, Fire Chief. So I'm excited to accept this role as Fire Chief for the City of Palo Alto. I'm committed to giving this community my all, my very best at all times. I want to recognize Chief Gio Blackshire for 28 years of service, 7 as a fire chief. Thank you for your leadership, Chief. Chief, we got it from here, but keep your phone on you in case we need to call you. My sincere thanks to City Manager Shikata for this opportunity, to the City Council for your continued support, to our executive leadership team Thank you. Our partner agencies, to my family, my mentors who have stood by me through thick and thin, I can't thank you enough. To the fire department, I know you guys are out there watching us in the stations, hopefully ready to respond at any moment. I'm committed to every member of this department, to seeing you, to supporting your growth, and to helping us achieve our collective potential in the service of Palo Alto. To the community, our mission is steadfast. We're a professional team dedicated to safeguarding and enriching the lives of anyone, anywhere, anytime with compassion and pride. Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you. And on more mundane news, the next slide, please, City Clerk. Just a few items of interest, hopefully for the community as well as City Council. Do want to put on everyone's calendar Sunday, November 16th, speaking of public safety, the grand opening of our new public safety building, which will include speakers, obviously, and at the same time with public safety, wouldn't be public safety without the color guard presentation or ribbon cutting. And we will also have tours of the building. And we do expect, since it runs concurrently with the farmers market on California Avenue, that we might generate quite a crowd. So really looking forward to this event. Hope that the city council members as well as other community members can make it. Again, that's Sunday, November 16th from 10 a.m. to noon. Next slide, please. Then really just want to flag some upcoming events for calendars, noting that we won't have another normal city council meeting until first week in November. You've got a meeting this Wednesday, but that will be a special meeting, and as such, we won't be covering our routine business. Among our public outreach efforts, we do have a number of events coming up. Just quickly to run through this list: a crime and safety presentation this Wednesday at Lucy Stern. Just a general opportunity for community members to get updated on issues of crime prevention and public safety. Our San Antonio Road plan effort has a meeting on Thursday at the Coverly Community Center. We have an ongoing effort with the Urban Land Institute, and there's a panel that is visiting here in town and will come up with some recommendations for further consideration by the city, VTA, and Stanford University as sponsors of the effort. That will occur this Friday morning with both in person here in City Council chambers as well as online. Viewing access available with the details on that to follow. Our Charleston rail crossing safety improvements, community meeting scheduled for next week, Tuesday, the 28th. And then finally, our storm preparedness workshop, annual storm preparedness workshop scheduled for next Thursday. Next slide, please. Then moving from the city business to more community interest, more fun activities upcoming. And although there's sort of a crossover here, you have to be a little wonky, but it wouldn't be such if not Palo Alto to do a heat pump water heater day happy hour that is planned for October 23rd. That's Thursday at 4:30 p.m. Opportunity to hear stories, experiences on heat pump implementation and folks who've actually had them in their homes, and a great way to share. And then looking forward to Halloween. This we've got listed here just a sampling of a number of Halloween themed events that are occurring around town. And so we've got a Halloween community guide at our website, our paloalto.gov/news. So information on upcoming events of interest for community members. Then next slide, please. Then looking forward through the month of November for city council agendas, you've got, again, the special meeting this Wednesday, as well as meetings scheduled on November 3rd, the 10th, and the 17th. A number of, eagerly anticipated topics from in our Wednesday meeting on the proposed residential development at Lot T, managing consultants, and then the downtown housing plan, and really real-time work being done by staff in incorporating elements of the recently approved Senate Bill 79. Again, so that will be coming this Wednesday. Then looking forward to November 3rd, which will be the next meeting, we've got an emergency service or emergency preparedness item that covers multiple dimensions of wildfire preparedness and prevention. And also looking forward to your calendar for 2026. Then November 10th, dark skies ordinance coming back, as well as the 660 University Avenue proposed development and quiet zone recommendations from the rail committee. Then finally, on November 17th, the turf study recommendations report expected to come forward, as well as planning for the proposed affordable housing development at the 340 Portage property, city sponsored affordable development. So with that, Mayor, back to you. That completes my comments.
That's speaking to a busy future.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
All right. So that concludes city manager comments, and we are running ahead of schedule. I'm delighted to announce, but we have a big item coming up. It's time for council break. So we're going to take about 20 minutes, back here about 8. We don't want to get too ahead of the schedule, so we don't get out of phase with public comment. So we'll see you approximately about 8 o'clock. Thank you very much. Council's back for the next item. This is item number 16. Policy and Services Committee recommendation to City Council on a number of items with respect to oversized vehicles. So staff, would you start off with a report?
Yes, let me ask our Assistant City Manager, Melissa McDonough, to report for staff.
Good evening, council members. Tonight, we'll be discussing the Policy and Services Committee recommended phased approach to help address oversized vehicle impacts in our city. This is an increasingly complex issue that sits at the intersection of homelessness, public space management, and community well-being. Next slide. This work responds directly to the 2025 Council Party objective focused on addressing homelessness impacts, particularly the growing number of people living in vehicles. This stemmed from the February Council discussion on the gap analysis and homelessness in Palo Alto, and asked staff to identify feasible regulatory approaches to manage the use of public space and policy solutions to expand safe parking options. At its core, this effort is about balancing compassion with livability and public safety. We're aiming to help our most vulnerable residents while also responding to increasing complaints and the very real impacts on our neighborhoods and streets. Next slide. As you'll see on the following slide, we've done a lot over the past 5 years, and this year has been no different. To get us to our discussion this evening, we started the year with a very large report to the City Council sharing the gap analysis and details about our specific unhoused population here in Palo Alto. That discussion provided us with the opportunity to further understand the linkage between housing, homelessness prevention, and the impacts of homelessness. In that study session in February, the Council focused the discussion on understanding how we can move unhoused individuals into housing, as well as prevent new individuals from entering into homelessness. The discussion concluded with a request from Council to staff to further explore the impacts of homelessness in Palo Alto, with a request not to do engagement, but instead to come back to Council as soon as reasonable to discuss options for addressing the impacts of homelessness in Palo Alto. In May, the Council adopted your priority objectives, including the one I mentioned on the previous slide. Then in June, the Human Relations Commission provided thoughtful feedback on the gap analysis report that was presented in February. In July, staff noticed an increase in the volume of concerns shared from the community. At Policy and Services Committee in August, we heard directly from people living in vehicles and neighbors, including businesses, experiencing quality of life impacts. After a detailed discussion, the committee recommended a structured, phased approach to mitigate some of the impacts associated with people living in vehicles. Next slide. For context, I'd like to share some baseline information for you as we continue to connect our conversation regarding the impacts of homelessness to housing. We know from the 2025 point-in-time count that there were 418 unhoused people in Palo Alto, with 73% living in vehicles, compared to 37% countywide. There were 120 RVs counted. As a city, we've done many things over the past 5 years to address and prevent homelessness. This includes the Home Key Interim Shelter, which is anticipated to open in early 2026, our safe parking program that currently offers up to 22 RV spaces at Gang Road and 14 vehicle spaces at faith-based sites. We've invested $57 million into affordable housing since 2017, including $5 million this year for the 130-unit Charities Housing Project on El Camino. And we've expanded renter protections, added an outreach team, financially support a variety of services, and coordinate closely with law enforcement. But even with these efforts, the growing presence of oversized vehicles on public streets continues to raise concerns. Next slide. We know that beyond the approaches we're discussing tonight, a comprehensive strategy to address homelessness in our community requires available housing for the unhoused people being assisted. This map shows safe parking sites, the home key shelter, and the current affordable housing landscape, the city has already entitled 401 below market rate units, with more on the way, and over 2,000 affordable units are currently in place. Next slide. The Policy and Services Committee recommendation is included in the staff report as their full motion. It is the basis of the phased approach described in detail in tonight's staff report. On this slide, you can see a few key elements of that recommendation. And now I'll hand it over to our city manager, Ed Shikata.
Next slide, please. Following the PNS committee discussion, we did want to acknowledge that work has continued in order to flesh out elements that the PNS committee had identified for further work. In particular, just wanted to note for the council and community's awareness that one of the recommendations was to explore a OSV, oversized vehicle parking permit program. So just to briefly outline the elements of what could be a pilot that staff is currently evaluating. One element would be that a temporary pilot permit program would be limited to one or a limited number of streets where OSVs are currently parking, and that an ordinance would nonetheless be required to implement even a pilot program. Second, that the concept would be to limit the duration of permits to a relatively short period of time, whether it be monthly or some other relatively short duration, and only require as a requirement or precursor for issuance of a permit that there be valid vehicle registration. Third, that the permit renewal would be conditioned upon no citations for parking or other regulation infractions in that permit area. And then finally, that such a pilot could be advanced in conjunction with the first phase. With that, back to you, Ms. McDonough.
Thank you. The phased approach accommodates some oversized vehicle parking demand while increasing regulations and services to help manage impacts. This is a very ambitious proposal. The sequencing front loads a considerable body of new work. This is in response to community and council's urgency on this matter. However, it will both require new resources in addition to reprioritizing existing staff work. Given the complexity and sensitivity of this issue, staff recommends phasing particular options which accommodate some oversized vehicle parking, increase regulation to manage street level impacts, prioritize scalability and resource alignment, and be responsive to diverse community perspectives. The next few slides go into more detail about the specifics of the phases as shown in the staff report, but I'll keep my discussion at a high level. I wanted to include them here so they're available for you during the discussion. Next slide. With all phases, this approach involves a new body of work, which will trigger the immediate need for resources to handle coordination, administration, and implementation. Phase 1 primarily focuses on advancing an ordinance to prohibit detached or inoperable vehicles on public streets, advancing an ordinance to prohibit van loading, implementing street cleanups, considering a buyback program, and expanding safe parking options. Next slide. Phase 2 begins concurrent to the implementation portion of phase 1 and involves designing a small-scale enhanced services pilot and beginning to explore limiting OSV parking to certain streets, including considering a permitting program. Next slide. Phase 3 includes council approval of the enhanced services pilot, approval of a preferred option for expanded safe parking, and identification of streets where OSV parking would be limited to. Next slide. And finally, in phase 4, staff would evaluate the enhanced services pilot and further implement safe parking expansion. This phase would also include seeking council approvals relating to limiting oversized vehicle parking, as well as the implementation of that program. Next slide. Staff recommends that the council discuss the committee's recommended phased approach and consider adopting the phased approach and approving the budget amendments necessary for this work to start immediately. This recommendation allows for measured progress, starting with achievable, immediate steps, while laying the groundwork for more comprehensive solutions over time. We recognize the tension between maintaining public space for all and offering dignity and stability to those living in vehicles. This plan strives to navigate that tension thoughtfully, inclusively, and responsibly. Thank you, and I am going to hand the presentation back over to the city manager.
That completes our presentation. We'd like to turn it back to you, Mayor, and any comments perhaps for the PNS committee.
Yeah, let's hear from, to begin with, from the chair of PNS, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. McDonough, for that presentation. Good evening. In August, I had the privilege of shepherding the Policy and Services Committee's discussion of this item. And we started by noting that we are aware of the significant increase of the numbers of people living in vehicles in this city and the associated health and safety issues and challenges that creates. We acknowledge the frustration and serious concerns on the part of many in our community. And we acknowledge that it's an unsustainable situation, both for businesses and residents and for those dwelling in RVs also. So the committee considered the 10 options outlined by staff in the report that was before us in August. And we also considered the suggestion that we adopt a phased approach for implementing the suggestions. We debated various options and we asked for more information in some instances to be brought back tonight. And we noted that while we hope to get going as quickly as possible on some actions that can be implemented quickly, that this would likely be the start of a longer discussion with the full council. And we also took note of the restrictions on our decision-making in order to comply with the law, given the state and federal restrictions that curtail some of our options, and that the legal landscape is literally shifting beneath our feet, even as now currently there is pending a federal appellate decision that will likely impact this area. So after talking through the phased approach from staff, we made the recommendation that is in the report in tonight's packet, which recommends many of the options and also adopts a phased approach. We did tweak a few things, and in particular, asked staff to accelerate into phase one, looking for additional options for off-street RV parking. Now, staff has indicated in tonight's report some challenges with exploring that, adding those tasks in the near term. So I hope we can talk through that tonight, as I believe it's critical to our overall effort to try to find near-term off-street parking for RVs that are currently in our city and on our streets, in addition to pursuing alternative housing for RV dwellers. And as McDonough made a nice presentation on the housing that we are trying to build and provide and have in recent years. You know, if we can find RV dwellers places to live that are not on our streets, it would be good for our public health, for our public safety, for the businesses, residents, and for those living in RVs. In my view, that would be a more lasting and sustainable effort than either of the alternatives. So if RV dwellers can't find other places to live and we remove them from the RVs, many of them may end up on our streets. And at a time that we're trying very hard to prevent homelessness and exacerbate the problem that we're trying to do. The other option that we discussed is, of course, to rely on better enforcement of the parking regulations, but that also may not be as easy and satisfying as people hope, because a vehicle while vehicles are required to move every 72 hours, at present, it is allowed to return to the same parking spot. So proving that it hasn't moved is tricky. And city personnel can get caught up in sort of a constant cat and mouse with that. So one of the things we talked about in moving that pursuit into stage one of finding alternative living situations is whether private businesses might partner with the city to lease unused parking lots. So I'll make a plea right now. If any of you in the business community know anyone who wants to work with us and speak about that so we can explore whether or not that's something we can do, please do reach out. We also talked about exploring with faith congregations and our partners with the Safe Parking Program, whether we might be able to allow RVs in their lots, at least during the week. So that's something else. And if we could do those two things, and as was mentioned, Project Home Key opens in the spring, we might be able to find a lot of alternatives. So that was something that came up. But because these solutions take time, PNS also looked at addressing certain public health and safety issues right away, such as garbage and waste cleanup, street sweeping, removing trailers, things that don't move on their own, and prohibiting van lords. So all of those you'll see in the recommendations that came forward tonight as things to work on in the immediate near term. Finally, we also discussed limiting oversized vehicle parking to certain streets. And so that comes to council on a 2-to-1 vote. I dissented. For me, currently, city code already prohibits RVs in residential neighborhoods. And it just struck me as picking winners and losers to say which streets would bear the full burden of RV dwellers. And at whatever is the appropriate time, my committee colleagues can explain their rationale for recommending it, but it does come forward on a recommendation from the committee. So I'd just like to close by really thanking and commending the public commenters that came to the Policy and Services Committee meeting in August. I asked you that evening to really listen to each other. I told you that you were going to hear hard things, and you did. But we had a respectful discussion, mostly looking forward and really seeking solutions. You offered many. And I will say many commenters came up to me afterwards and told me how much they learned. So there was a lot of learnings about what all are the scope and range of impacts that we're seeing from the significant increase in RV dwellers. But I also heard that people learned a lot about who those RV dwellers are, that they're not monolithic, that there's a whole lot of different reasons that people live in RVs in our city. And I think knowing and understanding that was really helpful to our committee. And I hope if we hear the same kinds of things shared tonight, it'll be helpful to the full council. So I'm eager to hear the public comment tonight. I'm very eager to hear. It's our first chance for the full council to discuss this. And so with that, I will turn it back to the mayor. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, let's stay at the dais before going to public comment and do a round of questions, comments. Councilor Rectal.
Can you bring up slide 9? In particular, I'm looking at the cost associated with phase 1.3. It's about 800K there. Can you break that down? Is that mostly signage or what else is contributing to that?
Actually, we have an extra slide in the back. So if we could go to slide 15.
It's not in our packet.
No, this is for if this very question came up. This is a more detailed split from the staff report.
Thank you.
So some of those initial costs you can see in that first column there. If you have specific questions about a particular line item, I believe we have a large assortment of department representatives that can speak.
So for example, on the very first line there, the 245,000 for the street sweeping signage, how extensive is that signage? You know, could we prioritize and just isolate locations of where RVs are a problem and just signage that?
Brad, are you available to speak to that?
He's here, yeah.
Good evening, Brad Eggleston, Public Works Director. These estimates for signage are just for the areas that have been designated for the increased street sweeping. So they are the streets identified in the staff report that currently have the OSV presence.
Okay, and is that materials or labor? What's driving most of that?
It is a combination, and as well, I think that doesn't include the engineering, which is a separate line item. So it's a combination of two primary things. One is about $100,000 for the permanent signs. That is the work that's an estimate. That's the work that's likely to take longer to do because we haven't analyzed this yet, but in many locations, the signs will have to go on new poles that have to be engineered to avoid impacting utilities and have to have USA markings before that work can be done. Then I believe it's 143,000 of that is for temporary signs. The goal of which would be for us to get signage out there and begin this program as soon as possible, really like in the next couple of months.
Okay, and then down on the sixth line there, the signage for additional parking restrictions. What, how broad is that and what kind of signage, what kind of parking restrictions are we talking about?
So you'll see that that doesn't trigger until fiscal year 2027, and that's associated with the limiting oversized vehicles to certain streets. So that is more comprehensive signage.
So that depends on what we decide for phase two then.
If I could just add that, if that's the $4.2 million figure, that's an estimate for putting the signage that would be needed throughout the city, citywide.
So basically every block would have a sign of some sort.
Correct. Multiple signs.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Lithgow-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just sticking with that slide for a second. Thank you for pulling it up. I was noting it in the packet and appreciate the detail. And it also was wondering if it's possible for somebody, if there's a staff member right now who's not like at a microphone and presenting, but maybe watching online. I would love to see these broken out as this is the cost of regulation and enforcement, and this is the cost of safe parking and buyback and services. I can't tell what administration / implementation means in that context of bifurcating, but what I'm clear on is we got to figure out how many dollars we're going to spend on what approach, and part of that should be, well, what's the least amount of dollars? But if one approach is more comprehensive in that, say, somebody gets safe parking and buyback and enhanced services and is in so doing moving away from the very curbs and in front of businesses where there are current concerns, and we sort of solve both problems. So I'm excited to see what those dollars turn out to be when disaggregated from the larger set, so we can really compare what's the cost of going in the regulation and enforcement direction versus figuring out more safe parking and the various things associated with that. So I don't know if that's I know it's a tall order to ask this live, but to the extent that's possible, if not tonight, then sometime soon, I would be grateful.
Well, thank you, Councilmember. There's a couple things I can say right off the bat. The costs for expanded safe parking are unknown, really. So the cost for expanded safe parking or an RV buyback program or RV storage site, those are probably the least well-known of the costs because they depend on a number of variables. And you're not really seeing those costs until fiscal year 27. The administration and implementation cost, that is for support and implementation of this body of work, both carrot and stick, if you will. And then for fiscal year 26, the rest of those costs are associated with street sweeping, street cleaning primarily. And I want to say a small incremental amount related to signage for inoperable vehicles.
Thank you. So when you say that there are real unknowns in the realm of safe parking and buyback, these amounts you've got in there for fiscal 27, 135 under safe parking and 150 under buyback are what?
Thank you, council member. Those are our best guesses. The one extant running RV buyback program we know of is with the city of Berkeley. They had $150,000. So that's what we put in there. It handled, I want to say 22 RVs. And then, I'm sorry, the other amount you were asking about?
Was the expanded safe parking, you're saying 135, but I feel like that's a low number.
That may have just been incremental additional amounts for operations. That's not including any cost for lease up or anything like that.
I understand. I guess what I'm trying to get at is we have some very concrete numbers on the regulation and enforcement side, which is quite helpful. And in order to determine whether as a matter of fiscal responsibility, that's the right way to go. There are other ways in which to look at this whole picture. But if we're looking at that narrow question, it's hard to not be able to compare with, well, what if we went the option of supporting the RV dwellers and oversized vehicle dwellers and going somewhere else? If we could get a little bit clear of a projection of what, if it's option A and option B. The reason I'm asking this, as I said, is if we go with option B, we solve everybody's concerns. It may be that the price tag is 10 times what it is for option A, in which case we might not be able to do that. But I'd love to get a clearer set of those numbers so we know if that option is feasible.
I can add one more thing to that. I believe Deputy City Manager Cotton Gaines is consulting with some folks in the background right now to see if we can get some numbers. But I will say that the numbers that are most certain are those fiscal year 26 items that we were asking as a budget amendment today. Those are the numbers we were able to vet the most and that we know would be necessary for the immediate actions requested by Policy and Services.
And if I can add, good evening, related to the expanded safe parking line item, we base that cost off of the amount that the city is paying for the expanded Gang Road services. And so what you see for FY 2027 is an assumption of some work to get a site together. There's just some additional work that's required for that. And what you see in the FY 2028 column of the $270,000 per year, that is the amount of operational cost to the city for 1 year for the Gang Road site. So we're just surmising for about 22 parking spaces of an RV safe parking program. If it's Move Mountain View, if it's similar to our existing program, that will be about the cost.
I'm over time, but I would say that 22 parking spaces is going to be a drop in the bucket if we're really going to make the kind of progress we're trying to make. So we're going to need to project what if we were to get to, I can't remember what the count is, 100, 150, 200 spaces.
Yeah, so we could surmise those numbers based off our current operations. This is assuming a site similar size to Gang Road.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So these numbers, the enforcement towing for FY 26 and 95,000, that's the proposed amount. What have we spent in the last year on towing, and how many vehicles have we towed over the last year?
Is it on? Good evening, Kara Apple, Lieutenant with the Palo Alto Police Department. Our tow budget is currently 30,000. We've spent about half of that. And in the last year to date, 2025, we have towed 25 vehicles.
Okay, thank you. That's, I know a lot of the public and the council has been very interested in that information, so we have that now. And in order to be able to tow a vehicle today, we don't have the signage, but if a vehicle is inoperable and unregistered, is there any restriction on us being able to tow it?
Yeah, perhaps, again, police department, we want to expand on this. I think I'd like to lead though with a couple of observations. One, there are some regulations, my understanding actually learned relatively recently that registrations that's more than 6 months expired can be towed. But that said, there are a couple of considerations. One is the availability of the tow resources, which, as I understand it, can change on a week-by-week or day-to-day basis based on the availability of tow yard capacity, as well as, quite frankly, the willingness of a tow company to respond to our request for a tow. And that would be their decision. The other is that in our response to the issues, we have had a practice of not towing vehicles that we know are occupied, and instead to approach that with services and outreach. So those are a few of the considerations. But again, if you have perhaps more follow-up, or Lieutenant Apple may want to expand.
Yes, thank you. To piggyback off of that, we do have two approaches, and it has been our longstanding practice to gain compliance. We mark the vehicles. We typically look at an odometer to see if the vehicle has moved. It can go back and park in the same exact location. The requirement is that the vehicle is moved a half a mile. We have dedicated staff that respond to all complaints of vehicles that may be over the 72-hour violation, and we diligently mark them and recheck them. When we believe a vehicle is occupied, that's kind of the biggest consideration on what we're going to do. If a vehicle is moved, there's obviously no violation. If a vehicle has not moved, we have three things we can do. We can tow, we can cite, or we can do both. And then when considering whether we're going to cite, we have really leaned in and strengthened our relationships with the homeless outreach team. We talk weekly. We have weekly meetings. We are very collaborative. We believe we have gotten all of the non-operative vehicles off the street, not all of them. We know that there are some more challenging situations, but the work is going to be a slower process now. And it's because we are definitely working with the homeless outreach team. Both, we have a sergeant and 2 sworn officers that are on the special problems detail. We have directed them, the chief has directed them to work 100% of their time on this issue in lieu of other work that they might be doing. And we work very collaboratively with this team. And we're really trying to ensure that we both make contact. We're offering all services. It's no different than someone who's unhoused, you know, in the downtown area. These are the most complicated situations that we deal with. Fortunately, we've only had to tow 1 vehicle with someone living in it, but it was a collaborative communication between us and the outreach team. So every situation is unique, and our goal again is to get people into services and get compliance with the 72-hour rule rather than remove someone's home from them.
So that's very interesting. Now, the practices that we have not come to the council for endorsement over the period of time that basically we've seen not a doubling, but it appears to be a tripling of RVs. And so the current practices have not even allowed us to come close to stabilizing it, particularly as neighboring communities have enacted stronger practices to at least enforce health and safety issues and otherwise. It's interesting to hear that you believe that we have addressed all the inoperable vehicles, because we have seen numerous citations from businesses with photographs, with documentation, with showing accumulation of warnings and tickets on windshields that indicate that the vehicles certainly look inoperable, some of them, and are out of registration for more than 6 months, and yet they're continuing to be there. There seems to be often, but not always, a correlation between those vehicles that kind of have the most egregious conditions and some of the biggest health and safety problems with trash, and we don't really know the degree of sewage problems, which are a very significant issue that we don't have any data on how severe our environmental impacts are from sewage going into storm drains, which go directly into the bay. Excuse me. So I'm concerned that we have existing practices that, as well-intentioned as they are between circumstances beyond our control and neighboring communities. We have seen a severe issue become a crisis in a number of neighborhoods, primarily commercial neighborhoods of our community. And so I'm really looking tonight toward what are the actions that we can do under our existing regulations and move first in that direction before we look at highly expensive and prolonged promulgation of new regulations, which we may also need to do. But for me, the first step is we need to look at stronger enforcement of some of our existing regulations for the most egregious violators.
Agree. And I, to your point that there are some severe cases out there that have not moved, I definitely agree with you on that point. On the towing front, we expanded our tow companies. There are only 3 regionally that actually perform this service, take specialized equipment, specialized drivers. We have staff calling regularly to find out if they have space available. We compete for those spaces regionally. We have such a good relationship that the tow companies will often call us or send us an email saying, hey, we have our driver, he's on vacation this week, we can't provide any service. With regards to the towing issue, agreed, and I think the improvements on El Camino, where we had a long stretched out space where there were oversized vehicles parked, it's all even more condensed in those areas. The great thing about Life Moves and the homeless outreach team, and again, some of this work is slow, but they do provide service for the Moonlight Run. We issued no parking, and there was 1 vehicle left and it had a flat tire. And because of that team, they helped that vehicle out and it moved. So they are able to help with some repairs. They were able to help with paying some parking citations and the like. So
I'll just say that it was fascinating on the Moonlight Run. Somehow we were able to get the movement of vehicles that we have not been able to get through any other mechanism. And to me, the Moonlight Run showed that we actually can do that.
Yes, sir.
And I think that's something that we want to reflect on.
And I'll just note that the Moonlight Run took an incredible amount of outreach from a sergeant and 2 officers in the 3-person homeless outreach team. We spent a lot of time making face-to-face contact, letting folks know that this was a hard deadline and we really needed those folks to move. And there was compliance, just like with some of these programs. We think there will be a lot of intense resources for towing and enforcement, but we also think we're going to get a very quick compliance as well.
Okay, Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'll continue with Lou, with you. Lieutenant. And following up on kind of like that line of questioning, I'm on the Policy and Services Committee, and during the August meeting, we heard from several residents, business owners who testified, and we've all received these emails as well, from frustrated residents and business owners that when they have contacted police, the police officers have shown up and have basically told those frustrated residents that their hands were tied because of city policies and because of city council as well. And kind of curious what you have heard from kind of your own rank and file as far as kind of their belief, if that is true. And so I guess what I'm ultimately trying to figure out, these frustrations and challenges that we have had on the enforcement end, what type of resource issue is that? Is it inadequate policies that we're going to be able to hopefully address tonight? And I believe the Policy and Services recommendation will do so. Or is it a lack of officers and other type of resources?
Thanks for the question. James Reif, Center Assistant Chief of Police. I think as City Manager Shikata said, certainly a principle of what we've been doing with oversized vehicles for as long as they've been in town is a preference for services over impound when we know that an RV is occupied. So to the extent that our officers are aware of that philosophical approach, that's not a secret and that doesn't surprise me. Now, to the extent that officers are saying our hands are tied, there's nothing we can do, that's not the approach I want our officers to have. I think that there are things we can do if we have a change of approach. That's one thing. Even with that same approach, there are still some things we can do around the ancillary issues that sometimes come with these oversized vehicles and a congregation of them in certain areas. There was a mention of blight, garbage, et cetera, that type of thing. So I think it's worth noting that just year to date in 2025, I believe we've issued over 200 nuisance citations associated with oversized vehicles, associated with the blight, garbage, et cetera, associated with these vehicles. And we are working with the district attorney's office to appropriately bundle those citations when we have chronic violators for prosecution. So I think there's two separate issues here. There's the pursuit of getting vehicles to move in compliance with a 72-hour notice. There's addressing the blight issues that sometimes come with the long-standing vehicles.
No, it's a complicated issue, and regardless of what happens tonight, I do hope the department can have a chance to be able to provide a refresher for officers to be able to have a clear understanding about what our policies are, and so that our residents and business owners are not receiving that response that our hands are tied. And if they do feel that way, it'd be great to be able to receive that feedback as a council so we can address the policies that they think need some attention. And then while I have you here, and I think this might go to that, back on the slide about the cost, the enforcement cost, looking at the next fiscal year, jumps to like 400 and something thousand. And in the staff report, it mentioned you would hire another parking enforcement officer, which makes total sense. I was a bit surprised by the need for a full-time additional police officer to be able to do this work. Can you explain that a little more? Because I mean, there are other changes. I know, like the new state daylighting law that I would imagine probably would require more enforcement, but I'm curious.
Right, so that cost was an attempt to account for additional investigation that would be specifically associated with a vanlording ordinance. So we haven't touched on that yet in this discussion yet, but essentially, as you're, I'm sure, aware, there's a potential for an ordinance that would ban rental of RVs on city streets, but it would not ban the occupation of those RVs. It would ban the landlord side of that. And so there's some investigation that's needed to identify those RVs that fit that criteria, track down the appropriate landlord, work with those folks, et cetera. So it was an attempt to control for new investigative work that's not being done now, or because there's no such ordinance, but would need to be done. Whether we could absorb that cost with existing investigative resources, it's possible, but I just don't know without knowing the extent of the the problem.
All right, fair, thank you. And then one final question for staff. A footnote on page 518 of the staff report stated that the point in time methodology changed in 2025, so that comparing prior years is fundamentally not the same. I was curious, does that apply to the full point in time count or just the vehicle count? Because of the location of that footnote, I wasn't very clear.
Thank you, Councilmember. It does apply to the full point in time count. And if you'd like to hear more, we do have a representative here this evening from the County Office of Supportive Housing.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. They could keep it brief.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Hillary Armstrong with the Office of Supportive Housing. The methodology, we changed vendors and methodology for the 2025 point in time count. And a couple of the full report on the county's website has a long description of the methodology change, but a couple of changes. The count was a survey first approach to really emphasize getting more information and more in-depth information from unhoused folks about the causes of their homelessness, where they came from, their background, et cetera, et cetera. So that was kind of one of the major points. In past years, we had done an observation count only and gone back in future weeks to do the surveying. So the surveying took place that morning. Another major change was very statistically complicated. And I am not a statistician or data scientist, but it had to do with how certain census tracts were designated to be counted or extrapolated. And so there were like high probability tracts where we knew that based on past experience, there were very likely to be unhoused folks. And so there were certain kind of rankings given to those. And again, there's much more detail on that in the full report on the county's website. Finally, there were multipliers in every count. There are multipliers used for the observation of vehicles because, you know, we first of all want to respect folks' privacy, and we don't want volunteers to be kind of peering into private spaces for folks. And so those multipliers differed according to the methodology of the new vendor.
I appreciate that and appreciate you taking the time to be here tonight. Just one follow-up. You might not be able to answer it. Do we have any idea? We did this new methodology for 2025, but we have a number back in 2023, so it's an apples to oranges comparison. Has any work been done to try to better understand if we were to apply this methodology to those numbers? Were those numbers likely higher or lower? Because I'm trying to figure out how to really compare and comprehend these numbers, especially when we saw such a dramatic increase.
That is an excellent question. That is not an effort we have done, and I think it is difficult just given the entirely different methodology. But what I will say is that in all of the reports to the cities, we also include the data of homelessness inflow. And so that is the data for folks who are seeking services. And in most cases, those trends aligned with what we are seeing even with the new PIT count methodology. I think under any circumstances, the PIT is imperfect. It's one night, and it is, you know, kind of literally one point in time. That being said, it is an important, especially I think for communities like yours, to understand, you know, the breakdown of unsheltered folks, and combined with the other data that we have, the trends were generally similar, and the causes of homelessness were very much aligned with what we've been seeing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to make a few comments. You know, there's probably a number of reasons why there's been, I'll call it a surge in these oversized vehicles, but unquestionably moving off of El Camino Real with those bike lanes is a major contributor. That's not speculation. And the issue there was that they were not invisible, but they were not pestering too much because they were in front of Stanford fields. They weren't in front of businesses keeping customers and employees coming in there. And I think we've also seen with some of these examples that we've heard from the residents that some of the folks now are maybe not as respectful even of other RV owners, as we heard directly from RV owners compared to when some of these were out in the Stanford area. So it's not fair to business, and it's not even fair to some of the other residents. So we have a sheer volume problem that we have to address. So as I read this packet multiple times, I kept saying, where is there something where we can fix this problem at scale, which lets us do it in big chunks as opposed to little chunks. And, 2 or 3 or 10 extra spots at protected housing like we have at Ging Road is wonderful. And we celebrated that when it happened. I'd celebrate it again if we got 10 more. But that's not the kind of scale that we have to address here, given the type of problem that we have. And so I think a starting point for that, I totally agree with Councilmember Burt that, sort of very specific and stepped up and well-known enforcement. But I think it has to tie into some of these new programs, if you want to call it that, such as some sort of a permit for temporary housing that's tied to things like registration and being good neighbor and so on. And want to go to a couple of specifics. I was very intrigued by the San Francisco project. Let's see, that's 536, which is just going into place. And folks have 2-hour parking limits, but they can get a refuge permit free from enforcement. And they have to, for among other things, be actively engaged with city services for the unhoused to help get out of that situation. They have to adhere to a good neighbor policy, be good to your neighbors, the businesses and the people that are sitting next to you, sleeping next to you, and such things as allowing public works to clear debris. So if we had some arrangement like that, it would be clear as to what could be enforced, what we could enforce and what we can't. In the interim, I do think we have to be pretty serious about this towing situation for violations. But we're not trying to do that to run people out of town. We just want them to be, following the regulations. So I still am not finding a lot of things to scale here in the recommendations. And so then I have a few specific questions. At one point you talk about, let's see, this is on page 521. There's a lot of process that has to be solved for a business who wants to put cars in their lot. And I just wonder why we have to do all that. If a business says, hey, I want to put 10 cars here tomorrow night and I'm going to have it supervised, the staff report talks about having to do secret reports and all kinds of things. And if we could get somebody to take 10 cars tonight, I would like to do that. So what's the issues there?
Thank you, Mayor. I believe we have Director John Late here that can perhaps speak to that a little bit.
That same section also says that when we did that, we would lease the property from the interested owners. Why would we have to go to that step? So I'm just saying some magnanimous business says we have some space, we want to put cars there.
Yeah, I suspect Director Late would not be able to speak to that second part. I think it was, we'll call it an assumption on our part. Certainly if a property owner was willing to both allow the use as well as to take on the ownership, so to speak, of operating it for safe parking, then that would certainly be a possibility. But, recognizing the complexity of that second part, we did not want to make that assumption. That said, on the first part, which is the land use question, perhaps Director Late can comment.
Thank you, City Manager. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. I think this reflects existing city policy for our safe parking program, where we go through a public process where we notify neighbors and give them an opportunity to provide comment on our existing safe parking program at congregation sites. So if the council were interested in still wanting to provide an opportunity for a private property owner, if we expanded that safe parking program for a commercial property owner, for instance, we would assumed in this report that we would want to follow a similar process to receive public input before making a decision on the process.
Okay, so not to put words in your mouth, but we could just make it an ordinance change that said if a private property owner wanted to put 10 cars in his back parking lot, we might notify the neighbors, which might also be other businesses, and take it from there. I mean, I'm obviously being fuzzy because I'm not writing the ordinance, but that would be the only change that would need to be made.
If the council wanted to enact a policy that created more flexibility for an expanded safe parking program on commercial lots without going through a similar procedure than we have today, that is certainly within the council's authority to do so. We just need to draft that language and go through the process of doing that.
Okay, good. That clarifies it, because that might be a way to get chunks of spaces. Then this just a kind of a comment. You comment on 525, page 524, about street cleaning, and that would be a way of keeping the streets clean, and people would have to move out of the way. But the OSVs aren't moving now, even though they're getting ticketed. So just because we have street cleaning, I'm not sure why that would be any more incentive to move, except they would get another ticket that stayed on their windshield. And if they don't move, then as we see in any residential or business area, they have to pull out to get around the car that's parked in front of them. So they actually miss 2 or 3 spaces, not just one. So my point here is that while it sounds great to say we clean the streets and there's a lot of benefits, there's some practical limitations to all of these specific things that we're doing here. So that's the one I'm raising.
Well, there certainly are practical limitations. The basic premise here would be that failure to move when during the street sweeping hours is an immediate justification for towing.
Okay, and you also note on 526 that Portland and Mountain View tried free pump out services, and as I read it, those both have been discontinued. So does that indicate lack of success?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know a ton about those 2 programs, but my recollection is that Mountain View did theirs like 8 years ago, and it was a pilot. And at the end of the pilot, they decided to pursue other opportunities, other options. They didn't have really great uptake. Portland's program was very different. It was much more, instead of people going to a specific location, I believe there were multiple locations, flexible hours. They had much better uptake, but they relied on federal dollars that were related to the COVID emergency. And when those dollars disappeared, the program closed.
Yeah, it's expensive, which is obviously something we need to get to, maybe not tonight, but all of these numbers times the next 5 years is a hit to the general plan, and we're having trouble with the general plan anyway in terms of our budget. So when we're talking about this, citizens need to know there are going to be trade-offs on dollars as to where we spend them. So, okay, I'll stop there. Councilmember Liu.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few technical or clarification questions for this round. It was really useful to get that context on the vehicles towed year to date and the budget. Can we also clarify what may have changed in our policy or vendors or volumes over this last year? So for example, I think there was maybe at some point this year where we changed a vendor and then actually the tow volume increase. So can you kind of give the summary you gave, but kind of looking from say start of 2024 to present and call out like when things would have changed?
Sure, and that's there's 2 lines of answering that I can do for you. On the one hand, our long-standing practice had been what I described before with the marking and the towing. As this problem has intensified and we have received more complaints, not only about the RVs, but also the human services and the blight issues, we've taken a different approach. We've and then also upstaffed and worked collaboratively with Life Moves, which is a fairly new program itself. So you have that approach. We're just taking a different approach for it, receiving more calls for service about it. And then secondly, with regards to the tows, there are only 3. We were in business with 2, and one of the 3 owns another one. So it really just was a matter of ensuring that we had direct contact with the tow companies on our rotation list that we could call to see if they had the space. And when we call, it's what size of the vehicle, what condition is it in? And those answers sometimes will give us an answer of whether the company can tow or not.
Okay, thank you. Just to clarify a couple of things, you mentioned that the practice changed. Can you clarify what the new practice is?
We're the practice of trying to get folks connected to services.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, so it's really, we've directed more resources at this 100% time, and really are trying to do enough outreach to determine which OSVs are occupied, which are not, rather than doing this, just the parking services route, going out, marking the cyclical work. We've now addressed and added 3 sworn officers.
Okay.
As well.
And can you talk about the timing of when or towing started ramping up, or when we maybe changed towing vendors? I'm trying to kind of think about Councilmember Burt's point about how our current system might not be working. And I want to clarify when our current system might have changed or when volumes might have increased. Anecdotally, I heard something changed in July.
Sure. I just started this position in June, so that might be part of it, but we had dedicated staffing to it, and the chief decided to add a sergeant in addition to the 2 special problems officers, but we also directed them to work on this proactively 100% of their time when they can.
Okay, thank you. Is the city manager's or city manager's office able to comment on when tow volumes may have changed in 2025, or what may have driven those?
Well, really not any more specifically than what was just described. Again, in recognition of the increased volume, both of concerns raised as well as observed activity, that the overall team, and this is coordination among all of the departments, not simply the public or the police department, but also public works, community services, a number of other departments that have been involved.
Okay. Shifting gears, can you talk a little bit about what the current state is on street sweeping in some of the areas where there are more RVs?
Right now, there is no street sweeping that involves prohibiting parking during street sweeping. So not sure if that response.
Yeah, no, that's clear and helpful. I'm curious about the cost because of signage, because when Mayor Lowing brought up the San Francisco program and how there's a 2-hour limit on OSV parking, presumably they're not putting new signs throughout the city saying that there's a 2-hour limit for OSV parking. So are we sure of what commitments we need to make about signage and associated costs?
City Attorney?
Just to caution folks, it is a little dangerous in this fluid environment where cities are in the process of enacting a variety of regulations and rolling them out to make assumptions based on kind of what the news media may have reported. So San Francisco will at some point need to do that signage. Our understanding is they have not done that yet. And their program really, they do have an ordinance that has the 2-hour limitation, but it provides for a readily available refuse permit for every OSV that was present when the city did a special count in May. So it's intended to be very generous to allowing all the current OSVs to remain. So we understand it is not first on their implementation list to do that signage. Rather, they're implementing their permit program. And they did describe to us in a brief conversation that it is a resource intensive and expensive program.
Thank you. And I had one last question, and this is also sort of continuing a point from Mayor Lowing, and maybe best directed to Director Late. So we discussed how there could be paths for faster ordinances that allow RVs on commercial lots. Could similar logic be applied for residential lots? For example, many single-family homes, as far as I can tell, just walking and being around town, have RVs, parked on their driveway. Could we allow similar expansions of safe parking for single-family homes, for example? Yeah. And we have an ordinance right now that says that RVs can't park long-term in a single-family home lot, but we don't enforce it seemingly. So I just want to clarify what we can change.
Councilmember Lou, maybe I can help you with that assumption. So the current ordinance provides no RSV, oversized vehicle parking between 2 and 6 a.m. in residential zones on the public street.
Okay.
Yeah, and it is not enforced because it is not signed, and the state vehicle code requires that. But it is our understanding that there has not been a high need element to add signage, because at this time in the residential zones themselves, as opposed to adjacent, I understand that there are close by areas that are causing concern, but in the residential, we have not heard that there is that occurring.
Okay, thank you. I believe I was looking at text otherwise, but I can follow up offline if that's correct. And thank you. Those were my clarifying questions.
Councilman Recto?
I had a couple questions about the home key project. So we have 88 units there. How many of those can we use? Or can we use, for example, I want to know the process for getting someone from an RV into home key. So let's say we go knock on their door. They have an inoperable RV. They say, I want to go to home key. Is this a one-day process? Is this a 1-month process? How do we get them into home key?
Go ahead. To the extent that staff at this point knows the answer, feel free to respond. I think some of this is a part of really the overall continuum of care services provided and coordinated by the county.
Yes, I think that's accurate. And we do have Ms. Armstrong here who can give more information if there's further questions on coordinated entry and how the county does that. The shelter bed system is sort of a day-by-day thing where you're calling the hotline and it's the beds that are available at that time. What we're doing as a city, knowing that this is a new site becoming available in the county, is working with Life Moves right now on an outreach plan so we can start having conversations with RV dwellers and anyone else in our community that may be interested in home key. It typically takes a few points of interaction with individuals before there's sort of an agreement to go to a site. And so the more individuals we can interact with before our shelter opens, then it is a higher probability of us being able to get more Palo Altans into the site when it opens up.
Okay, but roughly how long would it take to get them in?
That I will ask Ms. Armstrong to answer if she can.
Good evening again, Hillary Armstrong with the county. So for the actual placement in a shelter, if there's a space available, and as Deputy City Manager Cotton Gaines explained, there is a significant outreach effort beginning now to prepare for the opening of the shelter. That process can be very fast. It can sometimes be, depending on the shelter placement and the staffing and the time of day, it could be same day. Obviously, that could be complicated by the need to relocate an RV or store it. When the shelter becomes full, that's when there can be a longer wait. And so that waiting time depends upon the availability of resources, the household type. And in addition to the targeted outreach upon the opening of the shelter, the Here For You Shelter Coordinated County Hotline takes into account, the individual clients and households' geographic preferences in trying to match them with shelter. But the bottom line is, ultimately, we don't have enough shelter resources as a community for everyone who's unhoused, as you're all quite aware. So there do end up being waiting times. And that just at a certain point in time for families, I think it's around 40 days right now for a shelter space.
Okay, and then when they are entered in, what happens to their RV?
That is another issue. You know, I think the shelter programs in general would not have storage. So I think that's something that our system needs to take a look at. But
does the county have any storage?
That is not under the Office of Supportive Housing's purview, so I can't speak to that on the spot. But what I would say is the county does have flex funds and housing problem solving funds where we work both in terms of shelter diversion when folks contact the Here For You hotline. If there are certain, you know, kind of other resolutions to their unhoused situation that would be faster, we have certain amounts of flex funds and trained housing problem solvers who can help them. So certainly some costs could potentially go toward that. And otherwise, I think that is one of the challenges in particular for helping to serve RV dwellers and helping them transition, and would need to be kind of a system-wide approach in partnership with the cities.
And Home Key's opening February?
Early 2026.
Early. Is that June or is that February? So between now and whenever Home Key opens, what happens if, does the county have space for someone who wants to enter transitional housing right now?
So for emergency shelter, folks outreach, you know, there are outreach teams out countywide every day. Folks can contact the Here For You shelter hotline. There is a wait list for shelter. So depending on the population type, the shortest wait list is actually for families. Again, I think that's hovering around 40 days. For single adults, the wait can be a bit longer. And at the same time, folks are also able to be assessed for permanent housing opportunities. So it's not required that someone go through a shelter. They could end up going straight from an RV to rapid rehousing or permanent supportive housing if that became available and came online. And so those resources, you know, through the Measure A, 2016 Measure A Affordable Housing Bond, and as noted in the staff report, we're building out more and more countywide, and folks would be eligible for any placement countywide if they went through coordinated entry and had the, you know, kind of vulnerability score that matched them with a housing opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Lithgott, me.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I ask for Ms. Armstrong just come up and ask a follow-up question?
Yep.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for doing your work for the county. Could you let us know in the county, where are the biggest safe parking lots? What cities have them? And approximately how many vehicles are they serving?
Excuse me. Thank you for the question. I'd have to take a moment offline to look up the actual numbers. The largest are in the city of San Jose, and I believe move Mountain View in Mountain View, the Mountain View location, but I can look up the actual capacity.
Okay, let's take this opportunity to move to public comment since we've only had one round. Do we have a count of the speakers tonight?
Looks like we have a total of 49 requests to speak, but that does include 3 groups. So that's one group of 12, one group of 5, and one group of 6. So a total of 27 individual speakers.
Okay, I guess what we'll have to do 6 minutes for the 3 groups and then 2 for the individuals. But before we start with this, I just want to make a comment. We hear you. You sent us a lot of email and we're reading them all. And we understand that this is in some cases, a controversial issue. And there's some heat behind it. So totally understand that. Obviously, we welcome to have you speak tonight for each of your 2 minutes. Just, try to be try to be concise. And if it works out that you say, I agree with what the last three people have said, that's okay too. So just wanted to kind of give you those guidance ideas. So let's go ahead.
Our first speaker is Barry Case, speaking on behalf of a group of 12.
Well, Abraham Lincoln was able to do the Gettysburg Address in 2 minutes, so let's see what I can do in 6. Over the last decade, you've heard from probably thousands of emails and letters and phone calls about this issue. So I want to acknowledge that and thank you all, thank the city manager and everybody else for your good work on it. We nonetheless have some very serious concerns in the Ventura district about the staff report. And in the interests of time, can we skip a few slides? We don't need that, or that. The next one, I think we're still talking about lipstick on a pig. So next one, thank you. I am speaking on behalf of a very large number of my fellow residents in the Ventura neighborhood. To a person, I can say that we are proud to be living in a city that is attentive to the needs and the interests of the least privileged and most vulnerable among us. But we also feel that city government has some responsibility to people who pay rent, pay mortgages, work in businesses, work in offices, send their kids to school, in other words, to the rest of us. So the staff report recommends what's called a balanced approach to this problem, which is exactly what we want. And unfortunately, we just don't see it in the report. Next slide, please. There are at present, if I'm reading the report correctly, 168 oversized vehicles parked in mostly 2 residential and a couple of commercial neighborhoods around the city. I am concerned that the phased approach that is being suggested will have the effect of doubling that. Can we have the next slide, please? So what my greatest fear is that the proposal is equivalent to putting up billboards up and down Highway 101, inviting people to move to Palo Alto, where they will receive quote unquote enhanced services, street cleaning, sanitation, hygiene, police and fire protection, and all of the rest, best of all at no cost. And by the way, park wherever you want because we're not going to be able to enforce it. Next slide, please. So that's what's been given to the RV dwellers. This seems like it's what's being given to us, not a whole lot. We are appreciative of the fact that the city council, the city's manager's office has reached out to various stakeholders and constituencies. The RV dwellers group, churches, other stakeholders, great. I would respectfully invite you to reach out to us also. We would love to talk to you. I can't think of any time in which anybody has approached the Ventura Neighbors Association, which is clearly one of the most profoundly impacted neighborhoods. We would love it. Come and listen to us and talk to us. It'll take more than 6 minutes, though. We are particularly concerned about the proposal to allow RV parking on designated streets. Since the report elsewhere identifies Park Boulevard as, and I'm quoting, not adjacent to residential or schools, which is an absolutely bizarre misstatement, we fear that the effect, if not the intent, will be to turn Ventura into an RV parking lot. We are not too happy about that. Next slide, please. The staff report does include a lot of interesting suggestions, some very, very good and promising ones for protecting the health and safety of our community, such as installing fabric barriers to divert bio-waste, battery acid, motor oil, and other hazardous substances away from storm drains. Respectfully, we have a better idea: enforce the law aggressively if necessary. So with that, I want to thank several dozen of my fellow residents of the Ventura neighborhood for ceding me their time to speak. If we can just go to the next and final slide. We recognize the complexity and the sensitivity of the issue. We are also in favor of a balanced approach to this problem. And I guess what I have to conclude with is we would like to send the city manager and staff back to the drawing board to come up with a set of solutions that work for all of us. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Larry G, followed by Justin H.
Mayor, members of the council, thank you for your service. The unhoused problem is a very serious long-term issue. But as you've heard from many people, in the short term, certain neighborhoods are bearing a much larger burden. People in the Ventura neighborhood where I've lived for the last 21 years, the streets are full of not only the RVs, but the sewage and the waste. And when your children look at you and your daughter looks you in the eye and says, "Dad, I'm scared to walk down Park Boulevard by myself," what do I say to them? And even the SB 1000 in terms of environmental justice, there's a disproportionate burden being placed on a couple of neighborhoods. And what I think many residents are asking you in the short term is to enforce the laws that exist and to tow these vehicles and come up with a better long-term solution. But if you look at the signage in the area, there's signage today that says no overnight parking. And like many other cities, they haven't enforced it, but Palo Alto hasn't. So thank you for your service and please enforce these laws.
Our next speaker is Justin H, followed by Jeanette H.
Good evening. My name is Justin Harper. I'm speaking on behalf of an RV community. I want to start by saying thank you for having this meeting. There was mentions of pump out services. There's actually a pump out service that we use. I know about 12 RVs that use this specific pump out service. They come by. I think it costs us $15 an RV. And they come out, they pump out our tanks. We know sewage can be an issue. We've also tried to help Palo Alto Police Department catch some of the people that have been dumping. Some people just drive by, open their tanks and drive off. We've tried to capture them on footage, but without the police actually being there and witnessing it, we've told that it's really hard to enforce that. I also want to acknowledge the effort that's gone into the phased approach. I know that there's a lot of work behind that, and we respect the effort that has been made. There are pieces that could make a real difference, such as the pump out service. Street sweeping helps. We try to brush out a lot of the pine needles that accumulate from gardeners and stuff. It gets blowed over. They can't get it out from underneath. So, at least where we are, we try to brush that out around street sweeping nights when all the businesses are gone, so people aren't constantly running it over. Street sweeping comes around 3 in the morning, so it's gone by the time the businesses come. Yeah, we do have a few concerns. When looking at the phased approach and the order, it seems to be, and I could be mistaken, it seems to be that there are enforcements and restrictions coming before the services that could actually help some of us get out from the situations that we currently are in. And when I'm sorry. As far as restricting the parking, one thing that concerns us is how often is that going to change? One day we might have 5 streets, and we leave and we come back. Is that going to change? Where are we going to go? Menlo Park already doesn't allow any of us. My experience, I'm not allowed back in Mountain View. I was told I'd be arrested on the spot if they saw my RV. Maybe that's not the case today. Maybe I could go there, but that was not the case a few years ago. So I'm stuck here. I can't go north. I can't go south. And as far as the detached trailers, some of us have detached trailers. Yes. Some of us move those. I understand that some people don't, but these people are already currently living in them. If there's a law made where they can no longer stay in their trailers that they bought years ago, what are they supposed to do? You know, I have people in my community that have been living in their trailer for a few years. We've tried to get help and services to help get us out. There's a bunch of hurdles and issues because of the population, how many people try to live here. And we understand that. Some of us grew up here and we're not trying to leave necessarily. We'd like to be a better part of a community. If we could afford the rent, we definitely wouldn't be living on the streets. We do really appreciate the safe parking. Some of the issues are that they are kind of out of the way. The current one on, I forget where it's at. The current one in Palo Alto would inhibit some of us from getting to work. Some of us do not have cars, we have to walk, which would lead to some of us having to cross and walk over 101 to get to grocery stores, to get to where we need to go to get basic needs, to go to the hospital, have services like that. And that's a very dangerous walk. We went and visited over there some months ago, and I wouldn't be able to continue working at the place that I work if I was to move to that lot. So expanding that would be great, especially if they are not so far and isolated from services, including transportation services. I use transportation services twice a day to get to and from work. Most of us living on the streets that I know of would love to go to a safe parking and not be in front of businesses, not be in front of residences, not necessarily be gone out of the town, but just somewhere where we could feel more safe. We also don't feel safe on the streets. We have people throwing things at us. We have people screaming at us. We also don't feel safe. My time's almost up. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Janet H., followed by Scott H.
Hello, thank you. Ms. Clerk, if I could just ask you, there's a lot of images on there. If you could just, every 2-3 seconds, just click through so that the images can just be shown while I speak. Thank you. Thank you for having this meeting and having the opportunity for us to speak. I work on Corporation Way, and I've worked there for several years, and this problem has gotten so much worse in the last year in our street. I, as an employee, and several of my fellow employees here tonight, we do not feel safe to walk up and down Corporation Way. The trash, because if you're looking at these images, the dumping of sewer drains, we watch them actively dump into the sewer drain from the buckets or hoses from the RVs right into our sewers. We've called non-emergency, asked for response, and they never come in time. The RVs and vehicles are constantly blocking the fire hydrants on the street. I think there's 3. One RV caught fire earlier this year. We have video of it. It was a Saturday afternoon. It was right in front of the Google building on our street. It's next to our building, very scary for us. The RVs have constantly running generators throughout the day that are very loud. We're at the very end of Corporation Way, and I have to walk to the end of Corporation Way each day to take our outgoing mail. And I have to walk over human and animal feces from the RV dwellers that let their animals run free. And it smells of human urine in the bushes. It's just very uncomfortable and unsafe, and we would really urge the council to do something. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Scott H.
Good evening, council members. I operate a business on Embarcadero Way, and I'm here tonight because the situation with the long-term RV parking along our streets has reached a point where it's directly impacting our ability to operate and serve our community. And I want to be clear that this is not about judging or dismissing those who are experiencing homelessness. We recognize that the housing insecurity is a real and growing challenge in our region, but what's happening in our community has caused serious safety, sanitation, and business concerns that can no longer be overlooked. I have clients that have told us that they feel uncomfortable and unsafe visiting our facility. We've lost business as a result. Employees have to navigate around RVs that often remain parked for weeks or even months, no matter how often they call. We've witnessed sewage and wastewater being dumped directly into our street gutters that flow straight into the Baylands, one of Palo Alto's most sensitive environmental areas. This is not just unpleasant, it's a public health and environmental hazard. I understand that these are complex issues, but not doing anything isn't compassionate, it's neglect. It fails the unhoused, it fails our community, and that's why we're urging the council to take action now. There's a lot of creative ideas that happened that we've heard today, but we want to see something actually happen. My preference is to ban overnight parking in the city for recreational vehicles. Our business has been operating in Palo Alto since the mid-70s, and we're proud to be a part of the community. But without timely and thoughtful action, we risk not only harming the environment, but also losing the trust with those who live, work, and do business here. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Herb B., followed by John S.
The municipal code is inconsistent on the need for signs on this, that the section on 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. says you don't have to have the signs, but the first section of the chapter says you do have to have signs. In regard to towing, yes, there may be a staff charge, but I thought to retrieve a vehicle that's been towed, the owner has to pay the towing charge. In regard to street sweeping and the residential parking permit areas that I walk through, streets are posted a week in advance for street sweeping, no parking from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. For when it's time for that side of the street. And in terms of the prohibition on residential zones for oversized parking, only the R zones are listed. What about 100% housing projects such as bridge housing on Fabian, or the greenhouses on San Antonio, or the project, I think it's going through the process across the street in the CS affordability Suffolk zone. They should be treated the same way as other residential zones. You can also impose or a ban on parking for other reasons, such as Encina Avenue, when the Opportunity Center was being built, that bans overnight parking, or it doesn't fall anywhere with anything in the code. And the city manager has the ability to temporarily, at least for 4 months, put in any kinds of parking restrictions subject to the council extending or approving it later. And that may be a solution. Finally, since you might have the vehicle registration and driver's license of the people in these vehicles, you can get their history,
Your
what
time is
cities
up.
they came through and how long they've been here, rather than Sunnyvale or Mountain View. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John S., followed by Roger S.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I've had a woodworking business in Palo Alto for over 40 years. My current location is on Embarcadero Way, where I have been for 32 years. We deal with the RV problem on a daily basis. I am unable to receive deliveries to my shop because of the restricted close parking to driveway access. As stated by Scott, who happens to occupy the building next door to mine, sewage on the sidewalks and dumping it down. It's gotten completely out of hand. When the police are called, the city has not empowered them to enforce the signs. I have spoken to the sergeant in the traffic division, and he says there's nothing they can do. We deal with this on a daily basis. Something needs to be done. I invite you to come down to Embarcadero Way and talk to the people in the RVs and talk to the business owners. This has gotten out of hand. I noticed that the Palo Alto Airport rents space to store Audis for the Audi dealership. How about putting some RVs there? I appreciate the discussion, but action needs to be taken, please. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Roger S., followed by Dana D.
Hello, I've lived here for 60 years, and a couple things. There are probably 220 RVs. We've counted them. I think some of the city council people have counted them. It's at least 220. Also, Menlo Park, our neighbor, San Mateo, Cupertino have banned the RVs. Now, to turn to the staff report, it says the staff report has been assigned to look into to come back with this issue. They included seeking input from the RV Dwellers Group of Service Providers, a representative of Stanford University, members of the faith-based community, city staff, city councilman, and a human relations commissioner at a regular September meeting. What is missing? Doesn't say anything about going out and talking to businesses, employees, homeowners, residents. That just isn't right. It is not right. We've towed, which I think is a high number, 25 this last year. That's 2 a month. And I'd even doubt that. We have to follow the law. These businesses have employees. You know, we take it for granted here in Palo Alto, but the business community has really no voice in this community. Let's follow the law. Let's ban the campers. That's the only way we're going to do it, like Menlo did, like San Mateo did, like Cupertino. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Dana D., followed by Victor S.
Hi, my name is Dana. I bike as primary transportation all around Palo Alto, in particular, very often on Park. As was described earlier, the situation there has been pretty bad for a long time, even though there are signs right along the road saying you can't park overnight. The same vehicles are parked there every night. I've been through there during those hours. I've called about it, and I've never seen any evidence that anything's been done. In any case, I don't want to dwell too much. I also volunteer at Silicon Valley Bike Exchange, which is on Corporation Way, that Janet described, I think, very well with photos, what's going on there. But I want to use the remainder of my time to talk about what I think, how I think we should think about solving the problem. I want to first of all associate myself with the remarks that Councilmember Burt started off with earlier, that it appears that when we dedicate ourselves to enforcing the current ordinances, we can actually clear areas, and it may not be necessary to pass new ordinances, and it especially may not be necessary to create new services that are costly and complex to administer. And I would also offer, just as a way of thinking about this, to consider what the incentives you might create would be. So if you as this was alluded to by a previous speaker, but if you offer services to people who are dwelling in RVs, you may be able to create some place for them to park, but that'll just free up the space they were in for other people to park there if we don't focus primarily, first and foremost, on enforcing the ordinances that we already have and any stricter regulations that people have proposed, like no parking overnight anywhere. In any case, I think the indispensable part is the enforcement. And anything else you do may, like in the way of making the situation easier for people, may be sort of like widening the freeways in LA, as an analogy. Thank you.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Victor S., followed by Richard H.
Hello, my name is Victor Sloan. I'm the president of Victor Aviation Services located on Embarcadero Way. Our company has been significantly impacted by the congestion and business interference caused by the city of Palo Alto's lack of controlling the motorhome parking being allowed on Embarcadero Way. I think this problem is getting to be really creative about your scaled approach. It could be very simple. As simple as getting a can of red paint and painting the curb in areas where these motorhomes are restricting the companies that are trying to do business in Palo Alto. Real simple. I'll go down there and buy a can of red paint and a brush if that's what we got to do. Business interruption. Since 1977, our company has provided aircraft engine distribution and service via means of using domestic truck carriers on a weekly basis. These truck carriers use large trucks up to 18-wheelers in size. Since the buildup of the motorhome congestion on Embarcadero Way, these truck deliveries have become delayed and often cannot occur because truck drivers cannot access our parking lot entrances to make the turns necessary. This causes a problem as the truck drivers must alternatively park on Embarcadero Road away from our facility, and a forklift must be sent over to Embarcadero Road to unload and load the deliveries. The situation also occurs on Embarcadero Way. This causes temporary blockage on Embarcadero Road and Embarcadero Way and creates a traffic hazard. As a result, this is causing an additional cost for our company and delays for critical mission customers who are waiting for their products to be delivered or serviced. Our customers use these aircraft engines on government defense operations, ambulance medical transport operations, and City of Palo Alto training operations at Palo Alto Airport. Another point that I think hasn't been attended to is the hazard risk to the children that are living in these motorhomes. On many days, our employees try to drive to work and suddenly kids will pop out on their bikes in front of the cars and have also almost been hit. To prevent that, I would suggest you get the fire department involved, study the access to the businesses in Palo Alto, protect them. Open up the access to our companies. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Richard H., followed by Eileen A.
Good evening, Mayor Lowing and council members. I represent the ownership team of an R&D building on Embarcadero Road and a medical device company. We're facing serious safety and sanitation issues due to the concentration of oversized vehicles and RVs parked around our building. There are about 24 RVs in an average day along Embarcadero Way and in front of our building. These vehicles unfortunately create significant unsanitary practices, including the dumping of trash and human waste into the city's storm drain system, compromising public health. They also obstruct visibility for drivers and pedestrians, creating hazardous conditions for employees and visitors and delivery services. It's nearly impossible to see approaching traffic when exiting the parking lot. The RVs also contribute noise pollution and cause significant security concerns for tenants and visitors to the property. While we greatly appreciate the city is focusing attention on this significant problem, we're concerned that the staff report did not adequately address the concerns of property owners and tenants, nor did it fully account for the broader economic impact, which we believe far exceeds the projected increase in budgeted costs of nearly $6 million. We respectfully urge the council to take decisive action by adopting rules similar to other Bay Area jurisdictions and focusing on ways to ensure RVs do not remain overnight on any public street, not just residential streets, but commercial. Concentrating RVs on a few designated non-residential streets unfairly burdens certain neighborhoods and does not provide a sustainable or equitable solution. We ask the council immediately pursue the first phase with particular emphasis on.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eileen A., followed by Drew N.
Hello, council members. My name is Reverend Dr. Eileen Altman, and I'm the Associate Pastor of First Congregational Church of Palo Alto, located on the corner of Embarcadero and Lewis Roads. Our church was founded 125 years ago on October 29th, 1900. As we've been celebrating this historic milestone, a running joke has been to remind folks of the original location of our church on the corner of Hamilton and Waverly. We've talked about that location as the parking lot behind the CVS and the place where the fancy porta potty used to be. That porta potty is a part of our history in another way, in that one of our former associate pastors lobbied hard to put it there to serve the sanitation needs of our unhoused neighbors, many of whom go to the downtown food closet at All Saints Episcopal Church to get enough food to eat. That pastor and others in our church and in several other congregations in Palo Alto helped to found the Urban Ministry of Palo Alto, which was a response to the increasing numbers of unhoused people in our community. The legacy programs of Urban Ministry are the backbone of many of the ways we serve our neighbors in need today. As you consider your response to RV dwellers in our community, I tell you this part of my church's story to remind you that this community has a history of finding creative and humane ways to respond to the needs of our unhoused neighbors. To be sure, as you've heard from many of our neighbors this evening who are living or working in the vicinity of where these RV dwellers are, they present many frustrating challenges for them. But I would suggest to you that punitive enforcement actions will not meet the needs that these RV dwellers have for safe and affordable shelter. I don't know precisely what it is that we should and could do to meet their needs. And
your time is up.
But I'm hopeful that we can find creative solutions again.
Our next speaker is Drew N., followed by Dimitri S.
Hello, my name is Drew. I am with Peninsula Healthcare Connection, and I would like to thank City Council, thank you City Manager's Office, Melissa, everyone on board over there, for really bringing us to the table today to have this discussion about our community members and our RV dwellers who are part of our community. Not only are they part of our community, they're also our residents of Palo Alto, and they are residents that we see at our clinic every day and very often. Our concern is making sure that we continue to humanize our patients and our clients that we see. It's really important to us. A lot of our folks, unfortunately, are not here tonight to represent themselves or their RV communities because of the fear, the anxiety, the depression, the repeated trauma, and systemic and chronic stigma for simply being a non-conventional resident of Palo Alto. These are the direct words and the statements that we have heard from our patients. We're trying to treat not just COPD, diabetes, hypertension, but we're also trying to treat the person. We're trying to treat the person as a whole. And we cannot do that if we do not humanize who they are and what they represent, and that they are part of the city of Palo Alto, just like the rest of us. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dimitri S., followed by Eric C.
Hi, good evening. My name is Dmitry Samsonov, and I live at the East Meadow Circle Echelon community. So Palo Alto known as a great high school district. Many people, me and my wife moved here just to be able to put our daughter in Palo Alto school. However, please don't kill this beautiful city. Don't destroy this great school district. I mean, at this point, I even have to actually go and meet my wife when she comes back from work, from hospital, actually, treating probably some of you. I mean, please do your job. I mean, excuse me, English, my second language. I don't mean to sound harsh, but I really have a hard time understanding who do you actually represent? People in Palo Alto or whoever comes. I'm an immigrant. I work 3 jobs, travel 3 hours, one way. I lived with many roommates in the most affordable place, which I was able to find 3 hours away. I mean, I'm sorry, but this is ridiculous, right? I talked to some of the police officers and they said, look, just ask Palo Alto City to let us do our job. Please let them do their job. And please keep this beautiful city the way it is. I mean, it's almost too late, but come on.
Your time is up.
Enough.
Our next speaker is Eric C., followed by Mary W.
Good evening and thanks for having this meeting. My name is Eric Chen. I'm a resident and owner, the homeowner of Acheron Communities. First of all, I want to bring the background, right? When we first presented this RV issue to the city in one of the city meeting on May 29, we were told that we should continue report the case and let the police handle the enforcement. Since then, we have been proactively reporting to us, we believe is illegal RV parking along East Middle Circle. However, today what we hear or what we see the proposal from the staff, to me, is very lack of element of enforcement. Is more effort is put on enhanced services, all right? I really hope that the city can focus on enforcement. Yes, we need a long-term solution. Perhaps enhanced service is one of the solutions, but we really need to look at what is our current solution, regulation. Let the enforcement officer enforce the law. I think as simple as that, we live in a city with a regulation, we should follow existing regulation. And I feel that it's totally okay to increase the budget for the enforcement in the years to come because of the complex issue that we are handling. But it's very hard for me to understand the cost that we need to spend on the enhanced service. Other cities are pushing for enforcement. We are the only remaining city not willing to push for enforcement, yet we are talking to increase spending budget on enhanced services. This is not solving the problem. We are just making the problem more and worse. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mary W., followed by Nancy N.
Hello, my name is Mary Wisniewski, and I am on the board of Heart and Home Collaborative. Since 2014, Heart and Home has operated a cold weather women's shelter in Palo Alto, and we also operate an overnight warming location here in the city. Thank you to the council and city staff for taking up this topic, which has become so much more visible after the lane changes on El Camino, and which reflects the housing costs here in our city and the lack of wage increases to match those housing costs. Within our shelter, over the past 10 years, we have noticed the increasing age of our shelter participants and the increase in first-time homelessness. Throughout the region, according to UCSF data, in 1991, only 11% of people living outside experiencing homelessness were over age 50. And since in 2021, that number has gone to 51%. Older people bring with them a lot of mobility and health challenges, including chronic conditions, which often deteriorate without shelter. For these people, an RV is a navigable home. A second trend is people experiencing homelessness for the first time. We have in recent years been working with several people who had no previous experience of homelessness and have gone straight into overnight shelter where they are unhoused during the day. And they have had no previous experience of using social services. And they assume they must rely on their own resources to regain housing. For these people as well, an RV may seem like a viable option. When facing life, in a shelter or in an unsuitable vehicle, many people see an RV as a viable option for their continued health and safety. The phased approach that has been proposed by the staff offers services and education to connect people with needed services. And we express concern about the pressure to immediately turn to new ordinances or before outreach and investigation have been undertaken, especially given the huge impact of the lost parking areas on El Camino, because we see negative health impacts if
your time is up.
Bans are enforced.
Our next speaker is Nancy N, followed by Brad A.
Good evening, council members. Nancy No. I am also a member of the Heart and Home Board and a longtime volunteer working with the homeless individuals there. Obviously, living in an RV is not ideal, and you do have some very serious challenges to deal with in terms of sanitation and making areas safe for residents who are dwelling in their homes as well as residents in the RVs. One of the things that is really critical is for people to be able to seek work and hold a job. And that's very difficult if you're on the streets or in a shelter where you're, sharing a bathroom with 10 other people trying to get out the door at 7 a.m. We had one client who had a part-time temporary job in Palo Alto. It was a step up for her. She was able to get into an apartment in another community, but the transportation from there to here didn't work. So she stayed in the shelter for an extra week so that she could finish that temporary assignment because she needed the money and she needed the positive job reference. These folks need a place where they have some stability, someplace where they can get ready for work in the morning, someplace that has good transit so that they can get to a job. And I am really concerned that as you look at where oversized vehicles can park, that you look at proximity to transit and services, because otherwise people are going to wind up living on the streets or in temporary shelters. They need to be able to work to get out of homelessness, and that means that they need support. Thank you.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Brad A, followed by Bob M.
Good evening. Thank you. I've read the staff's 25-page report as well as articles outlining the proposed phase policy to address oversized vehicle parking. Let me start by saying, after years of inaction, this plan just feels like more delay. We're talking about spending $6.5 million over the next 2 years, mostly on signage, studies, and phasing. Meanwhile, the problem is right in front of us every single day. On Corporation Way and in other commercial corridors, RVs, campers, trailers have simply taken over the streets. Many haven't moved in months. They sit there with the bump outs over the street, the bump outs are over the sidewalk, and you can't get by. Notices get posted, citations are ignored, and the vehicles just sit there. Trash piles up, waste accumulates. There are vehicles parked directly in front of fire hydrants for days at a time. A blatant public safety hazard that continues unchecked. I mean, if a fire engine can't get connected to a hydrant because the city doesn't enforce its own laws, that's not compassion, that's negligence. And now we're told that banning van loading, which is currently taking place on Corporation Way, and addressing inoperable trailers might happen sometime next January, but the broader RV restrictions, the ones that might actually make a difference today, won't even be addressed until a later phase, and that's unacceptable. Other nearby cities, Mountain View, Menlo Park, Redwood City, have already enacted RV restrictions that balance compassion and public safety. Palo Alto, on the other hand, continues to study, to discuss, and postpone. I say to you again, this is not compassionate to allow it, it's neglect. And to keep deferring responsibility to the next phase, the next study, the next budget cycle, it's an abdication of responsibility.
There's no demonstrations in support of any given speaker that happens out loud. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Bob M., followed by Maya H.
Good evening. My name is Bob Marinero. I've been a resident of Palo Alto for 33 years. I live in the Adobe Meadow area near Mitchell Park. Sorry. I'm an avid cyclist and I ride around quite a bit. I'm out for most of the day. I come back in the latter afternoon and sometimes I just want to keep on riding. So I visit a lot of the sites in Palo Alto. If you may have seen, I took photos, about 40 photos. I sent them to the city council about 2 months ago of about 8 streets that are the worst in Palo Alto. And I go by those streets about every couple of weeks or so, and I look at what's there, and I don't see any movement at all. I took photos of the notices that are on the windshields that are like a month and a half old, say in 72 hours. Nothing ever happens. So I'm kind of the camp of being stronger-willed, and I understand there's compassion needed over here, but I would like to see a total ban on RVs too. A friend of mine I was talking to from San Mateo not too long ago, he said, I can't believe Palo Alto. It's like unbelievable. And I did a cursory review of your document there, and if there's stricter restrictions in the adjacent towns, everybody's going to move to Palo Alto. I don't see it. I'm not going to reiterate some of the things that are said about the reasons why people don't like the RVs, because but on the compassion side, I see 3 groups. There's the mentally ill, there's the homeless, and there's the Palo Alto employees and families. Each of them, needs separate levels of care. But let's not lean too far over there, and let's go back to being more enforcement. Also, I can totally agree with Embarcadero Way and Embarcadero. I access those roads often. I recently went to a business on Embarcadero Way. I couldn't get into the parking lot.
Your time is up.
And I parked two blocks away.
Our next speaker is Maya H., followed by Jeanette B.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Maya Harris with J. Paul Company, and I have compassion around this issue. I live in West Oakland, so I'm not a stranger to what you guys have to tackle here. But today I want to address the oversized vehicle parking along Sheridan Avenue and Park Boulevard, adjacent to our fully leased office buildings at 2747 Park, 3045 Park, and 395 Page Mill. Together, these buildings employ more than 1,900 workers in the corridor. They walk to Caltrain and the California Avenue Business District. They're coming back to the office 5 days a week starting January 1st. We've documented ongoing safety, sanitation, and access issues echoed by the other business owners tonight on Embarcadero and Corporation Way. Our tenant has shared growing concerns about the site conditions and is now reconsidering whether to renew their lease if the situation continues. Losing a major tenant like Tencent would be a setback, not just for our building, but for Palo Alto's broader business community. Tonight's staff report makes clear that the solution lies in localized parking management, clear signage, and time-limited enforcement tools. We support this approach. Implementing a 2-hour parking on Sheridan Avenue would restore turnover, create an enforcement mechanism for the police department, and align with the city's own goals for accessibility and neighborhood balance. Finally, I want to acknowledge the recognition of van lording. We believe this is a problem on Sheridan. The activity we've observed fits this pattern and reinforces why swift implementation of that ordinance is essential. We are asking for clear enforceable standards that protect public health, pedestrian access, and the integrity of the neighborhood. Thank you for your leadership and consideration of our request.
Our next speaker is Jeanette B., followed by Noah F.
Hello, thank you for having me this afternoon, and thank you for all your diligent work in your reports. I'm here on behalf of Anderson Honda. I worked there for 26 years. We have a side street, Faber Way, which is complete blight. I have sent pictures and to the special problems detail, and I have copies of the email report back from them. And they basically say they're aware of it. They've cited the person several times criminally and have requested life moves to prioritize outreach to that person, and still that person's there. And, the blight, the filth, the crime is still there. It has to be addressed, and the safety, we, like the other people here, we trying to do a business, can't get deliveries, you can't pull out of the driveway. The city knows it's a problem because down on Embarcadero Way, the city has coned off about a third of the street so they can come in and out of their parking lot with their trucks safely, but we aren't afforded that same privilege. If the city knows it's a problem, they know it's a problem for all of us. And we're left to deal with it, just like this person. I've got copies, you guys can have some of this email. The other thing is other municipalities is the problem. They're getting tough on it, and everyone's coming to Palo Alto. What's happened in the last year is just astronomical down there. It's beside the point. Everyone said it. So the other point I want to say is, I Googled, where can I park my RV? First thing that came up with a place called.
Your time is up.
Sorry.
Our next speaker is Noah F., followed by Tamsin H.
Thank you, esteemed council members, neighbors, and city staff. I'm a 20-year resident here tonight calling for immediate and decisive action by the council, our staff, and our police department. First, let me be clear. I was here a couple of years ago speaking in support of Wilton Court with much work that we had done between the neighborhood and city staff to support that project, and I support housing in our city. However, creating a livable city means protecting our public space for all. We haven't been doing that. Today, key corridors like Park Boulevard are unsafe for walking and biking. Approving OSVs on our dedicated bike boulevards directly undermines all the work we do putting them together. There's the new proposal for spending however many millions to add new ones, while we're literally throwing one down the garbage. This is unacceptable. We're seeing sewage, polluting gas generators, waste on our streets, huge amounts of waste in Matadero Creek. It's also unacceptable. We don't need millions and millions of dollars in new signage deployed over years to address this. Park Boulevard already has signs for no OSV parking. Here it is. Go look on Google Maps. There's dozens of no OSV overnight parking signs on Park Boulevard. The picture we saw earlier of one RV finally being towed after more than 6 months was parked right in front of one. Why did it take 6 months to tow that car? The statewide 72-hour parking limit exists for a reason. Enforce it daily, and we end our reputation and the incentive as Palo Alto being a free campground for all. It's not what it should be. Look at the numbers. This is a $6 million proposal for slow programs and signage that do nothing. We already have the signage. It won't work. It's 200 times more expensive than our budget for towing. That's insane. That makes no sense. I propose that the PAPD conduct daily monitoring. Why wait for a citizen to report a vehicle that's been there for 3 days, then someone comes out a day later and mark it, and that at best in 6 or 7 days, it's ticketed or towed. Every day, we have the staff go around, it's just a few streets, it'll take an hour, and mark any vehicle that's been there overnight. Start the clock then. At 3 days, ticket and tow. I call on you to increase the tow budget to $100,000, allocate funds for that
Your
additional
time is
police
up.
officer, and direct the PAPD to enforce the law.
Our next speaker is Tamsin H, followed by Mark S.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Tamsin Hurlbut. I'm a sophomore at Stanford. And I'm also a board member on the Heart and Home Collaborative nonprofit and the co-student team leader for our student group at Stanford. I have been working on unhoused issues since I was 13. I think someone earlier in one of their comments made a comment that their teenage daughter feels unsafe walking down the street. I am that teenage girl. I've been working with unhoused communities, since I was 13, a freshman. And I just want to speak a little bit about the way in which this conversation has been framed. There's been a lot of talk about health and safety problems, which I can see that 100%. I saw the pictures that people were putting up earlier. The words trash and blight and nuisance have been mentioned, but I want to re-enter into the conversation the word person. I think it's important to remember throughout kind of all of these kinds of conversations about enforcement and clearing encampments to remember that fundamentally these are human beings and they're just trying to have a home like us. An RV is, like my other board members have mentioned, a place that's a little bit more livable than underneath traffic or a bridge. And I think that we can turn to other creative solutions, as some other church members have mentioned. I come from Tempe, Arizona, which is a decidedly less well-off municipality than Palo Alto, with about the same housing population. And a lot of my work in high school was thinking with services about how we can create compassionate solutions to unhoused problems. I came from a neighborhood where this was true my whole life. But I think that, I don't know, someone maybe mentioned that there's.
Time is up.
Yeah, anyways, think about the person. That's all I have.
Our next speaker is Mark S.
Thank you. I support the city's high-density housing goals, but I can't support this plan. The report states that the number of people living in vehicles in Palo Alto is double the average in the county. Why is this? It doesn't say. And how will enhanced services like curbside pump outs, custom street cleaning, and free garbage services do anything but make this worse? The report states the campers are largely in commercial areas today, but then talks about distributing them equitably across the city, whatever that means. This section on safe parking locations seems unrealistic. If the city can't find land for high-density affordable housing, how is it going to find open spaces for campers? And if one camper moves to safe parking, another is certain to take the street location just vacated. The executive summary greatly underestimates the scale of enhanced services described later in the report, and it obfuscates the long-term costs, saying they will be, quote, brought forward and therefore buried in the city's billion-dollar annual budget process. The detailed cost overview just presented didn't include the cost of the many new employees the report says it needs for enhanced services. The assertions about huge lawsuit risk as the city enforces standard parking codes are sweeping, stunning, and supported with no citations. Lastly, there's an important political context here. Citizens have lost faith that progressive cities can effectively address homelessness, with San Francisco, Portland, and Berkeley cited as prominent examples. The fact that this report draws heavily from these cities for its ideas is a huge red flag. This plan is wildly expensive, not rigorous, and will make an already serious problem worse. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Winter.
I think we're trying to do the best we can, given that we're Palo Alto. We're not other communities. We're not Menlo Park that doesn't allow overnight parking. We're not other places that turn their back and say it's okay to just send folks on to someplace else and let them take the responsibility. I know that we're better than that. I want to thank staff for the incredible amount of work and analysis you've done on this. I can't say just because I can't that all of it's workable, that it's quick enough, that it's too little money spent or too much money spent. But I see the intention and the direction that we're going in, and I support it. I want to thank Justin H. for speaking out on behalf of Reese and Oscar and Lucy and Miguel and Shane. I know that it's very difficult to sit among a much larger group of people and have you labeled as the problem. I want to say that you are not the problem. The problem is systemic and it's huge and it is in every part of this country. And the economic injustice is heartbreaking and it's depressing and it causes people to be outraged. I hear people outraged in chambers tonight. I understand that. I feel a very great deal of anger that we have come to this and that it's a very difficult thing for a little town like Palo Alto, even though we're well resourced compared to some others, to take on. And we're trying to do that. I'm happy so many people are concerned about this one way or another because it tells me this is a priority. And we're right to try to focus on it and do this in a rational and
Your
sane.
time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram J.
So let me just say, we're not a gated community. And as Justice Stanley Mosk, who spent 37 years on the California Supreme Court, said, the city cannot solve its homeless problem simply by exiling a large number of its homeless citizens to neighboring locales. Look at San Jose. Okay, they've got a major homeless issue, and they are trying to deal with it in a systematic way, not demonizing their RV dwellers. Gilroy, extraordinarily under-resourced compared to Palo Alto, has 900 unhoused people compared to our 200. Come on, folks. Don't think about Palo Alto being in a bubble, okay? I wrote a piece back in 2013 for the Daily Post. Dave Price probably wouldn't publish it now because he likes to make fun of people in their RVs and call them car campers. They're not campers. They're not on vacation. They're struggling to survive daily. And yeah, nobody wants garbage in front of their homes and other varieties of stuff in front of the businesses. Of course, I have empathy and I support our local businesses. I've been in Palo Alto 70 of my 76 years, almost 77 years, maybe even more years than that. So I've lived the problem. We have got to show a sense of reason here. Lieutenant Apple said tonight, look, we don't even have the towing companies. We got 3 towing companies to do this. We can't enforce our way out of this problem. We have got to push for more housing. We are, like I said before, this is not a gated community. It's a public city. We have to share the burden of this problem with everybody else in this county where they have much worse problems, and the state and the country. Get a grip on yourself, folks. It's not going to be an easy battle, but we've got to solve the problem together.
Our next speaker is Evelyn K.
Hi, I'm Evelyn Kilmian. I do want to thank the city staff and the committee and also the police department for working on this with us community service providers and taking a human and dignifying solution rather than a punitive solution. Thank you to the youth and the RV dwellers who've been coming out since August 25th. And thank you to some of the council members that have reached out and have spoken to RV dwellers and to some business owners to get all points of views. I would like to suggest that we begin with a relocation and a deeper solution approach rather than an ordinance to remove. That's very punitive. And as many of the speakers have said tonight, it's not paying well for the other cities. This is not a them against us situation. This is not a business against residents, against RV dwellers situation, when in fact, they are trying to create a solution for themselves that us as a community should be caring for. It's not a them against us. This is an opportunity for all of us Palo Alton to come up with innovative, human, and people-centered solutions that other cities can possibly emulate and not just copy and paste and not just look at this as the other problem. There are people that lives here, there are 5-year-olds, there are teenage daughters that lives in these RVs, and we are to be a model for good and not a punitive, them against us type of solution. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Danny S., followed by Albert J.
Hello, my name is Danny Salas. As a member of Stanford Students for Workers' Rights and the Stanford Coalition for Planning an Equitable 2035, I urge you not to ban overnight RV parking in Palo Alto. Unhoused people deserve safe places to sleep, and unfortunately, cars are the best option for many. Until better options are easily accessible, this will only make unhoused people less safe. I really do want to emphasize that those who are lucky enough to have stable housing aren't the only people impacted by this. Amidst a massive housing and affordability crisis, it's the only choice that many people have. Some of the RVs that people are so upset about are inhabited by the service workers and janitors that you rely on every day. You can't be mad at them for not wanting to or being able to drive hours every day just to serve you. Instead of banning them for the false comfort of others, we need to recognize their humanity. The phased recommendation offered by the Policy and Services Committee dedicates energy towards finding safer options towards unhoused people, rather than casting them aside, and I encourage you to consider it. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Albert J. Albert J., you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. Unfortunately, we can't hear you. If you'd like to unmute looks like you are unmuted, Albert. Unfortunately, we can't hear you here in chambers. All right, that concludes public comment on action item 16.
Okay, thank you. Going to come back to the dais for comments, ideas, and a way to move forward. Vice Mayor Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Lowing. I guess I would start by thanking all the public commenters tonight. Much like at the PNS meeting before, I really respect your candor, your time, and your frustration and concern. So it's helpful. I learn something every time we go through this. I think tonight, one of the things that was underscored for me is that we're learning about what more of the specifics on the enforcement that's been going on, that I think the communication between council and those in the field will be better informed after some of this back and forth. Some of these policies and practices that may have grown up without express understanding or direction of council. Hopefully now we can have, after tonight, some better understanding around that. But we are here tonight because we have heard you. And so that is something where, I tell people that one of the biggest things about my transitioning from the private sector to the public sector is things don't move as fast, and it's frustrating, but partly it's because we try to do things out in public and we try to listen, and that takes time. Doesn't mean it's not frustrating, but I think that's what we're experiencing tonight. I have a couple, what I think are quick questions, a couple observations, and then a suggestion for our for my colleagues' consideration. Just on a question, so we heard a lot about on Embarcadero Way in particular, but some other places that their deliveries and ingress and egress from places is obstructed to a fairly great degree in several instances that's really hindering businesses. Is there any exception to the 72-hour rule, the parking rule for things like, I mean, I would think, we've got the 72-hour towing thing, but I would think in situations where things are being blocked or a fire, there could also be additional towing options. Is that right?
Sure. Let me take the first response, and then others, whether it's our police department or transportation, might want to comment. Certainly, if driveways are blocked, that would provide a cause to take immediate enforcement action. I think the situations that are described are often not blocked or not clearly a blocked driveway, but where access may be somewhat more difficult than desirable, certainly when a vehicle gets close to a driveway while not encroaching. So in situations like that, I think our transportation staff would respond on a case-by-case basis, but as you might expect, that can be a pretty significant workload in addressing those individually. And we've had some discussions over whether there could be a more categorical approach to whether it's red curbs adjacent to driveways as one example. But at this point, there has not been, excuse me, a clear path forward for something like that.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate it's likely a judgment call in a lot of instances, but I think that's something where, allowing safe access in and out and being able just to operate a driveway as a driveway for deliveries, there are things like that that we could do, I would hope, fairly quickly to at least improve situations like that. Another question, I believe that the point in time count, the most current one we have for 2025, when we look at vehicles was 120 RVs, is that right? I think I heard a public commenter say it's over 200, but the count we have is 120, is that right?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The count, which was a single day in January, there were 168 vehicles, and of those, 120 were RVs.
Okay. And I care because when the mayor is talking about solutions at scale, we need to know what that scale is. And I do think that it would be great if we could find a spot for 120 to park 100. That is not realistic, but I do think that if we could find, so I want to say I really applaud what I heard about starting conversations now with Home Key and Life Moves to see, with Life Moves to see about accelerating or maybe putting early in line some of these RV dwellers for Home Key when it comes online is a very good thing. I think it has how many units there?
88.
88. So say we get 30, 35, RV dwellers in there for one reason or another. We're a third of the, or a quarter of the way there. And so I want to think about that because if we could get re-engaged with faith communities, if we could find a couple of large commercial parking lots that are unused and could get leases on reasonable terms, it seems to me we could move pretty quickly at a relatively large scale. Because towing is one thing, but towing is not a permanent thing. You can, even if we increase towing, maybe it will just, some people might get frustrated with us and decide they don't want to hang around, but they come back. So I'm looking for more longer term solutions. Obviously, ultimately, we'd love to lift people out of homelessness altogether, but I'm trying to move more quickly than that. So, I'm very interested in trying to accelerate some of that into some of our earlier work. So And I also just wanted to underscore one of the public speakers, Mr. Marinero, I believe, mentioned that there are a lot of different groups amongst the RV dwellers, and I think that's right. You know, if people are there, they've become homeless for affordability reasons, then some of the things I've been describing may work. If they're there because of mental or behavioral health reasons, then we have other things. So I appreciate the outreach that's been done, because that's going to be key to solving this. I guess as I look at where we are and I look at the complexity of this problem, I would encourage us to consider doing a few things tonight. One is, you know, when I look at the recommendations that came out of our Policy and Services Committee, the phase one recommendations could be done pretty quickly. They include prohibiting van lording, you know, the street cleanups and various other things like that, working with Life Moves and Project Home Key. I would ask that we consider moving forward on some of those quickly. But I also think that we've talked a lot tonight about enhancing enforcement, and I would encourage us to do that. The no OSVs signs are only in certain areas, but perhaps where they are, we could make a special effort in enforcing those. Because that's a little different than the 72-hour limit, where they can come back and be overnight legally in quite a few areas. So that would be the second thing. The third thing would be, I'd really like to see us accelerate exploring these solutions at scale, because that's where we're going to make some progress. And then I think we need to talk about what's the nimblest way to do the longer, harder pieces. Should we create an ad hoc, one that can move quickly? You know, I think the ad hoc that worked on the bike lanes on El Camino, to the credit of my colleagues, that moved quickly. So those are the things that I would suggest we discuss at this point, to see how we can get the most impact the most quickly, but in a sustainable way. I think just doing things, you know, once or twice to show we did something isn't it. I'm looking for a sustainable solution. And to me, that's moving people out of RVs, or the RVs off the streets, in a bigger scale that's longer term. So those are my suggestions. Thank you.
Councilmember Zone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I both tonight and at our Policy and Services meeting in August, the consistent thing I've heard is that everyone agrees people need to follow the rules, whether we're talking about our city's wealthiest residents or our RV dwellers. The law has to be able to apply equally to everyone. And we've heard from all sides tonight, from residents, from business owners, from those living in their vehicles. And there's just broad agreement on that one point, that we need clear rules, and those rules must be enforced fairly. But also, let's be clear, a citywide prohibition on occupied vehicle dwelling is not the prudent path forward. Well, because it's not just a question of morality, though I deeply believe that it is wrong to push people onto the streets when they already have a form of shelter and when government has not provided a viable alternative. But it's also a question of sound governance. A total ban would almost certainly invite a costly and protracted legal fight, one that this city would likely lose in whole or in part, that would drain resources that are better spent on solutions that actually help people and protect neighborhoods. And let's be honest, this is a problem of our own making. I mean, as a city, as a region, as a state, and hell, as a country, we have failed to build enough affordable housing to meet the need. And we've also failed to invest adequately in services and enforcement systems to be able to manage this growing reality the people living in vehicles because they have nowhere else to go. So I think the policy and services recommendation represents a fair and thoughtful balance. It recognizes the dignity and humanity of those who call their vehicles home, while also responding to legitimate neighborhood concerns about safety, sanitation, and access. It establishes clear rules and predictable locations, spreading the impact equitably across the city while ensuring that business areas remain functional and that no single street bears the full weight of this challenge. And that's the focus of kind of phase 2 in the recommendation, which really begins exploring the limiting OSV parking to certain streets. That approach, identifying non-residential and non-residential adjacent streets where OSV parking might be permitted with full community engagement in identifying those. But I think the component of that recommendation that is most critical to me, and why I suggested at the policy and services, is requiring that OSV residents obtain an OSV permit, oversized vehicles. I think those permits should be tied to the point in time vehicle count, which, as was already mentioned, currently identifies 120 oversized vehicles. And I think to account for the inherent limitations of the point in time count, as the county representative noted earlier, we can include some sort of reasonable buffer, say 10%. Once the non-residential and non-residential adjacent streets have been identified through a collaborative process, which one speaker, I think, mentioned a flaw that was proposed. It does need to include business owners and city staff and residents and OSV dwellers. Then those permits can be issued equitably to ensure parity across the city. A couple of questions just for staff. Do we have a ballpark estimate? I mean, real ballpark, because I know you're not going to know the exact answer about how many streets might qualify as non-residential or non-residential adjacent. I think it could be a real rough estimate. It's definitely not zero.
All right, I think staff is seeing if we can get an answer. Again, I think we've at this point identified these 18 streets that are currently experiencing oversized vehicle parking and I think a key qualifier on being able to answer the question is the adjacent dimension. As you've seen in some of the other ordinances, establishing some specific distance might be necessary in order to be clear on what is adjacent versus not simply residential.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nuanced policy discussion for sure, but if we could have just some sort of estimate, that would be helpful. I guess just another follow-up question as well. Can the permit program specify for each permit holder which street they are then authorized to be able to park on? I don't see why not.
Well, I think the exploring that would be a next step. At this point, as we've tried to envision, as I briefly described during the presentation, we are concerned about our ability to administer the program, and having any additional elements of complexity would add to that challenge.
I mean, understood, but I think for this program to have the intended effect, it's going to have to be a nuanced program that tries to address a lot of these concerns. Because I think by limiting the total number of OSV permits to that point in time count, we're addressing a key concern raised by many speakers tonight, which is that offering additional services might make Palo Alto a magnet for more OSVs. I think a permit system tied to our existing point in time count ensures that we're able to support current OSV residents compassionately without incentivizing an influx beyond our local capacity, and addresses a lot of issues. So I do think this kind of balance is compassionate, it's practical, it's a legally defensible approach, It doesn't ignore our responsibility to enforce the law, but it also doesn't abandon our moral obligation to our neighbors, all of our neighbors, who are struggling to survive one of the most expensive housing markets in the nation. So I recognize it's a complex approach, but sometimes a complex approach is necessary for a complex problem.
And if I could, just to be clear, when I was speaking to complexity, it was the dimension of assigning specific permits to specific streets. I think an overall ceiling on the number of permits would not really be a issue of complexity.
So not an issue having the cap.
Not an issue.
Maybe an issue of the implementation of, and maybe it's can we do a limit of based on how many streets there are and how many OSV permits are issued, then a maximum number per street. I mean, I think that's the most important part, is not having one single street or neighborhood take the blunt of this collective burden on their own. And I think we can find a way to be able to do that.
Okay, I'm gonna move along here, but I want to tell you, I got a light board that's all lit up. So, and we've already been at this over 5 hours. I'm starting to get into the area where we're not going to do our best work. So, I'd be looking for ways to truncate this a little bit to get to a partial motion as opposed to all of it, or something along the lines that the Vice Mayor recommended, but I'm going to keep going with the lights. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So I want to address kind of the two halves of this. We as a council, and I personally have been involved with initiating the Life Moves project, which is transitional housing. That is, unfortunately, I would not characterize it as going to be ready early next year. It's now scheduled for spring of next year. That's the latest information from Life Moves as of today. I've been very supportive of the Ging Road RV lots, and to clarify, we expanded that from 12 spaces to adding an additional 10, concurrent with the El Camino Real bikeways. We only had 30 RVs approximately on El Camino before we initiated that program. So out of the more than 100, really 150 or so additional RVs that we have versus 2 years ago, about 20 may be attributable to that. It's not the prime driver, it is a factor. And that goes into the number of RVs we have, which my most recent count is in the neighborhood, a minimum of 230. It doesn't count them all, but that's the number we're looking at. Something exceeding that. And anybody who questions that should go out and drive the 5 key areas and the lesser areas and do your own counts. I think that's part of our problem, is we're not being provided with good, clear, contemporary data. But we also have supported the safe parking lots. I think we very definitely want, those have been a success, and we should be looking at expanding those. We also initiated the business tax, of which $2.5 million a year toward our affordable housing programs. So having said that, we have a problem that other communities have shared, and our problem has festered and exploded. And we've allowed it to get to a crisis point before we've begun to really take any significant actions to address it. And that's why we're facing with the sense of urgency that we have now, and that's where we stand. One thing that was pointed out to me is that Mountain View Moves, that runs our Ging Road lot, does not allow vehicles that are unregistered. Yet we allow them on our streets. Something is a disconnect there, that on public streets, the unregistered vehicles are permitted to be there. And off the public streets in a controlled lot, they're not allowed. I will say also that when we've looked and people have pointed out in the staff report, we've had outreach to stakeholders, but it hasn't been to the business community. It hasn't been to to my knowledge, and it isn't listed that way. It hasn't been to the property owners. It hasn't been to the nearby residents. We need to have those stakeholders at the table and a wholesome approach to the problems. I do think that there are some solutions that we can be addressing, not only the safe parking lots. We have no RVs, to my knowledge, on any Stanford-owned properties in the city, which is, I don't know, over 1,000 acres or so. The Stanford Research Park has no on-street parking except in the upper park on Deer Creek and Coyote, and there's no RVs there. We have, I've heard extensively that there are many nurses that are residing in RVs that work at Stanford Hospital. Stanford should be brought to the table, and Stanford has land. We are desperate for land for additional even RV storage, and they need to be a partner here. We also should bring in Palo Alto Transportation Management Association, or PATMA, who can provide bikes and e-bikes to RV dwellers who are trying to deal with some of these locations, as well as transit passes. So we can do those things. I'm going to really want to address which of the phase 1 actions really should be phase 1, and some of them are phase 2, and which things are not included in phase 1 that we really should be acting on. And the first one is we need to have greater enforcement. That doesn't mean we're going to go from where we've been to towing everybody who's in the community. We simply need to have a greater enforcement. We've been making some strides, apparently. I have to say that the council has been seeking information on this for a year, and we only tonight have received some important information that should have been before the council long before now. These practices that have been going on in the administration, and the council has been asking what's happening, we're only getting information tonight after asking and asking and asking. And that should not be the case. And going forward, it must not be the case. We need to have data on a regular basis, and we need to have updates on the implementation of whatever plans we're going to have on a regular basis. So I think that the things I'm going to be looking for in the motion, I'll be ready to add them at the appropriate time. One, I have a question for the city attorney on a couple of these proposals to an ordinance to prohibit van lording or the rental. Can that be done on an urgency basis, and does it really require 3+ months? Same thing, let's see. On, well, go ahead if you have an answer to that.
Yeah, it's possible that it can be done on a single reading on an urgency. I think it takes a supermajority to get that done. Implementation and enforcement then, of course.
Well, let me just say that a lot of these measures, we keep acting as if we're going to need all these additional enforcement officers. We will get some good compliance by enacting a law. Landlords, if we put penalties that are significant for violations, we'll get compliance. And if we don't get compliance, then we ratchet it upwards. But we shouldn't be making the premise that if we have a regulation and we demonstrate a willingness to enforce it, that the only way we'll get broader enforcement is hiring a whole bunch of additional police officers. There may be a point in time where we have to do that, but that's not the only path. We have all kinds of law compliance that we have because we make clear that we intend to enforce and the consequences are significant. So we don't have to only think that we're going to spend millions of dollars to do those things.
Okay, can we move on?
Yep.
Councilmember Scott Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we all feel that it's truly unfortunate that we're grappling with a regional systemic problem city by city. You know, Tamsin, if you're still here, when I was your age, I was also a Stanford student and I did a research project in my poli-sci class. I'm trying to count the number of homeless people in our area. The issue of homelessness was relatively new then, a byproduct of the Reagan administration. It was 1987. Here we are 38 years later. Each time a city takes a hardcore approach of enforcement and sweeping people out, it impacts the cities around them. It's the easy way out, but it is not good public policy, as my colleague has said, nor is it humane, as my colleague has said. Collectively, as cities and counties, we have an obligation to provide shelter and transitional housing, and none of us have done enough of that over time, and here we are. I respect the valid concerns of business owners and residents who are impacted, and significantly so. And I am troubled by some comments that have an undertone of poverty makes me feel uncomfortable and unsafe. People speak of the problem as if we're not talking about human beings, as if many of us aren't one paycheck, one divorce, one serious health issue away from losing our home and having to consider living in our vehicle, which is increasingly possible for people in the middle class and below, right here. The RV dwellers I know are workers in our local economy. Many are seniors. Many send children to our schools. They work jobs right here, but cannot afford rent. That is not an individual failure or fault. It's a macroeconomic failure. To those who say put up an overnight ban, sweep people out, where do you think the people will go? And if we did sweep them out, massive sweep out, we will discover that the businesses we rely on here on the peninsula will not have the workers necessary to provide the goods or services we depend on. This is the manifestation of a housing crisis, a wage crisis, and a mental health crisis. Our job as a city government entails creating a climate in which residents and businesses can thrive and supporting the most vulnerable, all at the same time. If it was simple, we would have done it by now. People in RVs live in communities on the sides of our roads. They are each other's support system. They don't want their community torn apart. Toward that end, I want to double down on packet page 521, which says the city could expand safe parking options through partnerships with privately owned commercial properties. In other words, business owners, if you can hear my voice, we need a parking lot. We need a property owner or two to come forward. The nearer to transit, the better. The nearer to services, the better. Tell us your terms. Partner with us. And let's work with our faith-based communities to see if we can go from overnight parking to 24-hour parking and to accept RVs. I'm delighted by the work that my colleagues in Policy and Services have done and am eager to support the path that they have paved. None of this is easy. You're hearing my heart as well as my brain right now, simply because I've known too many people in this circumstance, and I'm determined to find a way forward that acknowledges their humanity while solving the larger problems as well.
Councilmember Rectal.
First, I want to thank the Policy and Services. I really think that you did a good job of getting a first cut here. I think we have something to start at. Some of it is long-term. Like, I think permit has a lot of potential. We're not going to do that tonight. And I really want to cut to the chase and concentrate on what can we do tonight. And I also want whatever we do tonight to be as fast as we can. And one thing about signage, do we have to, for example, on the trailers, could we put warnings on that and then the second warning tow as opposed to having to signage?
We don't think so. There can be temporary signage, though. That's not necessarily straightforward or easy, but I think the team has costed that out and sketched out what that would entail on cost.
Okay. Because when I look at the table in the presentation, 151 and 152 going till April and May, that just seems a really long time. And can we speed that up? That is 151 is implement and enforce detached inoperable vehicles, basically trailers, prohibit trailers. And 152 is prohibit van lords. And
Councilmember Rectal, I can speak to that.
Okay.
So that was the idea that the first several months that this is happening are also happening during holidays. So how long is it going to take to get those ordinances written up in November, December? Come to council in January. There's not that many council meetings in January, so maybe it gets pushed to February. We're just trying to set reasonable expectations. And then it was assuming that there'd be a second reading. And then there's a waiting period. Tim might be able to speak to that, but there's a waiting period after.
This is the customary ordinance waiting period from second reading to effective date. So that said, I think, again, we appreciate and will want to move as quickly as we can on these. So certainly understand the interest.
okay, yeah, because the van lording and the trailers are things that are impacting people. And if we can speed that up, we should speed that up. So my preference would be to do 1.1 through 1.52. So that's 6 things. And then in addition to that, there's additional things, unregistered vehicles. I don't understand why we wouldn't be towing that. We can't tow them all, but if we say we're going to tow as many as we can and have that be a policy, and if police see an unregistered vehicle, they tow it. I was out at Commercial this morning, and there was a van there that the tag was 96 on their van. I saw another one that was 2011, another was 2013. And so they've been sitting there unregistered for years, and we should be addressing that. And so we should make them follow the law, just like Councilmember Stone mentioned. So I think we should have a crackdown on unregistered vehicles. I am uncomfortable with RVs parking where there are bike lanes. I think that's a safety issue, particularly safe route to schools. I think we should not allow them in those areas. I am worried about impeded vision at intersections, but we have the daylighting law, so I think we should prioritize painting red curbs where the RVs are impeding vision at intersections. And I'm also worried about RVs blocking business, preventing customers, preventing clients from coming in. And I think we should have them have transportation prioritize working with those businesses to change to 1 hour parking or whatever. They can come to a conclusion that makes the business happy and makes transportation happy. But that should be a high priority, because if businesses can't get customers, can't get clients, they're not going to be around, and we really want to keep the businesses going. Okay, so those are my thoughts. I'd be interested in what other people think.
Councilmember Blue.
Thank you, Mayor. I was on the Policy and Services Committee. I still think it's the right framework, and I align myself with Councilmember Stone's comments. And let me be clear, at the Policy and Services Committee, I asked a line of questions very much in line with Councilmember Burt's. I want to move quickly, and I want to focus on what we can do for faster ordinances and enforcement. However, I do not favor blanket enforcement. As Councilmember Stone mentioned, a total ban has legal risks. It has real risks, more importantly, to people who actually live in our community, that we are, in the foreseeable future, have an opportunity to house. We cannot participate permanently in this race to the bottom that other cities are engaging in. We do the right thing on climate, despite the fact that other people pollute. We build affordable housing, despite the fact that other cities do not. As we have resources and we have some political will to try to actually solve problems, we absolutely should. That said, so I do think we can do some enforcement on the sort of worst of the worst edge cases. We can look at RVs that have expandable or extensible sections that block sidewalks or bike lanes. We can work on daylighting for intersections where there are visibility issues. we can tow on the most severe public health and safety risks, or cases where there are known sewage or fire risks. In our existing framework for 72-hour enforcement, we can also meaningfully enforce on landlords. We don't necessarily have to wait on an ordinance. Several weeks prior, I could trivially go on Craigslist and find multiple listings for RVs that I know are unoccupied, that I know are parked in a specific location, that while it does require police resources, I would expect that the significant majority of those landlord operated RVs are not moving after 72 hours. That if you could literally text them and ask them for their location, they would tell it to you because they want to show you the RV, and you can actually show the public that we can make some progress on the problems that we have a real consensus on. Assuming we do have a consensus on landlords. In general, though, I want to sort of ground ourselves in a few approaches. So first of all, I think getting clear data is really critical. I hope that in a year we can see this pipeline of RVs that we've been able to reach out to, RVs that have been able to go to safe parking sites or interim housing, and then RVs that are, or residents that are hopefully placed into permanent housing. So getting that pipeline and tracking the data at every step from now on is going to be a really important part of my support for undergoing through the set of phases and programs. I also think that there are some distinctions between the different cases that people have discussed in public comment. Residential neighborhoods, East Meadow, Ventura are, for me, certainly higher priorities than predominantly than areas that are exclusively business focused. And one note that I will just follow up on from my previous round was that we actually do have an ordinance that effectively bans RVs on single-family homes. RVs cannot stay for more than 30 days without a permit. And I think that and pursuing RVs as aggressively as we can for religious spaces and for business lots is those are potentially fast ordinances that we could advance and that I hope we could add and move faster on. So those are my comments for now. I know there are a bunch of pieces that we can incorporate into motion, but want to make sure we can kind of tally all of that.
Okay. I want to get a starter motion on the table here from the comments. I think that we do all agree that enforcement of the law is an area of agreement, and we're not doing it as much as we could. And that is a way that in the short term could have a reduction pretty quickly on some of the problem. The other thing that, which is why I brought it up in the original discussion, page 361, I think that's what you requoted, Councilmember. The expanded safe parking, just do an outreach to faith-based and to companies. And if we have discovered that it may not be a big deal to change that over in terms of how fast that could operate, those two things, just the expanded safe parking and some more enforcement, could be the biggest things, the biggest tools we have right now today to start working on that would start to develop in combination some kind of scale. So incorporating those two items, it would basically be phase one as listed with improved enforcement at the top. And then at the bottom where it says return to council for direction on safe parking, just say do outreach regarding safe parking. And I'm not trying to wordsmith this right now. I think if we did that, we probably would want to delete 3, 4, and 5. So what I would be doing is, I'm reading off of page 517. is to put out their increase enforcement. And we have to figure out what that means, but we've got a lot of comments that are coming up here. And then do 1, 2, 6 is the Life Moves outreach. 7 is the expanded safe parking. And I would add an ad hoc committee to continue the ongoing work and get some of the specificity in terms of even what do we want the police force to be tagging for or not. Just use that as an example, not that that's the most important. So I'm going to make that motion.
I'll second it.
And take comment?
Can question?
Do you want to speak to your motion and I'll speak to you?
No, you do, please.
Okay, I just want to speak to my second because that's basically the recommendation that came out of Policy and Services, I believe. Because I'm looking at this chart, you're looking at that chart.
Yeah.
Okay, and with the.
Except for the street sweeping.
Okay, well, I'll see what our colleagues have to say about that. I
Right.
could go either way. But you just underscored the thing that I emphasized the most. You weren't at the PNS meeting, but which is, I really do think that we can and should reach out to businesses. Julie, I said almost, sorry, Councilmember Lithcott Ames. Almost the same thing there, whereas I made a plea to businesses. And I've got to believe with all, I mean, there's a lot of return to work, but there's still a lot of empty parking lots around this town. And you would get a great brand and reputation from us, and we would try very hard to partner well with you. We would obviously want to check with surrounding businesses. We'd want to make sure that we did it well. But I've got to believe that the business community would prefer to have the RVs off the streets and in an empty parking lot. And I think looking at that is something I would very much like to see accelerated, because the towing could be cyclical, but the parking lot is a continuing place where they can be. And similarly with the faith community, I know there's issues there because right now there's no 24-hour parking. It's just at night. We haven't said that we can do RVs there. And so I guess my one question to the city attorney is, would we need to do an ordinance for that to allow, to expand? So in other words, if we asked the faith community and they said, sure, we got 5 churches that take 5 RVs each, let's say, or 5 faith communities, would we need an ordinance to allow them to say yes?
Yes. I think the enabling ordinance limits the ability to park for 24 hours. So it would require an amendment. Director Lade, if you know any different, please speak up.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's what I
that's
thought I
great.
read in the staff report. I just couldn't remember. Okay.
Yes.
But again, if we could do some of that on an urgency basis and so I know there were some current concerns from staff last time about being able to move that fast on those 2, but I second the mayor on that I think that we could get more impact more quickly if we really accelerate that alongside these other immediate cleanup efforts.
Could I ask, Mayor, I think staff does need a clarification of what's in the motion. It was difficult for us to track.
Page 517 is what I was reading off of.
Mayor, are you looking at the summary table? Is that
No, it's actually the motion out of PNS. That's 517.
The motion out of
the
PNS.
motion out of PNS?
Yeah.
And
I wasn't looking at that, so I can't tell you without doing a comparison if it's one and the same. Yeah. So all I did to that was add at the top, just where I put it, I don't care where it goes, that increase levels of enforcement is an add. And then I just think it'd be simpler based on what we're talking about to delete 3, 4, and 5, which have to do with the street sweeping and budgets. And at the bottom, instead of say return to council for direction, just say reach out to expand safe parking for private owned in congregational-based parking lots.
Isn't that number 7?
It is, except for the first few words. Yeah. It says return to council for direction.
Okay, so it's effectively reach out for expanded safe parking.
Yeah, if we need a ordinance change, obviously we have to come back to council, but if we sort of put out the word to folks that have big parking lots, would you be interested, and we get some bites, then we'd have to work it. If we don't, then that answers that question.
You also referenced an ad hoc committee. Is that officially part of your motion?
Yeah, I think we need to do that because somebody has to shepherd this through, and PNS has already come back with their recommendation. So sending it back to them seems somewhat duplicative, and they also are meeting twice a month on a bunch of other new issues. So okay, Councilmember Rectal was up next.
Yeah, I just had a question about the street sweeping. I mean, I consider that an important part because we have a lot of areas that have built up dirt and sewage and other things like that. Sweeping that regularly would be good, but it also, any inoperable vehicle now will stick out like a sore thumb, and we'll be able to do that. 72 hours is really hard to enforce, and this is a more effective way of calling out the.
I don't mind adding that back.
Okay.
I was just trying to simplify to begin with, as like a skeleton, but.
Yeah, the thing I don't like about that is the signage cost, but I think it's worth it to get rid of the inoperable vehicles.
So 3, 4, and 5 come back in.
And at some point, on that note, Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes previously asked about some of the costs for enforcement versus services. We have a little bit of that information if it's appropriate at some point in the discussion.
Is the seconder happy with adding 3, 4, 5 back in?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's what originally came out of PNS. So, yeah.
But the concept would be if this were to pass, that this would go forward with that part approved, and outreach would happen in some way, shape, or form. But the ad hoc would start to paste some more of the detail about the outreach and the specific things that would be enforced, the priorities of what would be enforced. Do we want red paint on curbs, that type of thing that we just discussed? Councilmember Lou, do you have?
I think you just clarified, but I'll ask my clarifying question. So you referenced both increased enforcement, but also coming, at least the ad hoc deciding on what criteria on which to increase enforcement, right? So
yeah, but to come back to council with that.
Right. So we'll come back to full council before there's any change in enforcement.
Exactly.
Got it. Okay. Appreciate that.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm having trouble tracking where we are. I'm wondering if we could get the proposed motion up on the screen. They're working on it. Thank you. Or point to me where in our packet I can see what we're referring to when we say 3, 4, and 5.
517.
Either the PowerPoint presentation, page 9.
I think for clarification on number 9, it's actually, maybe it's a combination of 8 and 9 where ad hoc committee to recommend. enforcement priorities.
That isn't all that the ad hoc would do though, so that would get it too narrow. But you could make it broader to recommend details of on enforcement or other issues for vote by council. Implementation.
Of 1 through 7, right? The ad hoc could be tasked with coming back with any recommendations on specifics of 1 through 7.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yep.
May I just ask, actually, sorry, Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question?
Yep.
Of staff. So we heard some public comment about there are some people living in detached inoperable vehicles currently. And we've heard some, both from staff and some public comment about those who reach out to people living in vehicles. Do we need to say anything, or will necessarily there be services offered to folks to try to help them become housed if they are people currently dwelling in the soon-to-be prohibited detached inoperable vehicles?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I don't remember the page reference, but I wanted to make sure that this was included somewhere in the report. Our current practice would continue, which is the police department works very closely with the outreach team to ensure that services are offered. And that would continue with any of these proposed approaches.
Okay. Thank you.
To the city clerk, I think we can now skip 9 because that's incorporated into 8. And I see you added that about undedicating parkland, which is a very good add. For the public, that means not putting cars on parkland that would have to go to the voters first to undedicate that parkland. So that's what we're talking about there. Okay, Councilmember Stone? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you did, but I thought you were done. So go ahead. Go ahead.
It was just a cleanup, if I could offer it.
Sure.
On number 7, it's not the right verb. We've got develop, refine, return, work with. Then we have expanded safe parking. So I
Explore?
think what we need is like recruit safe parking on privately owned and congregation-based lots. Recruit more, something active like that.
And recruit is probably better than explore, which is more active. Do you agree? Yeah, I'm fine with recruit. Read it. Okay, Councilmember Stone.
I mean, I support everything that's in phase 1. I think my concern is I don't think this goes far enough. This all mostly seems to rely to me on 7, which is recruiting new safe parking. And this seems to have been a strategy that has not to date been successful at solving this issue. And so I think we're just kind of hoping here that by trying to recruit new safe parking, we're going to be able to do that to be able to meet this demand. And I just think it's ultimately going to be inadequate. It'd be great if it works. I just don't see that. I'm wondering, can we incorporate into this motion maybe a provision that triggers phase 2 if we don't see the type of success we're wanting to see within a particular time frame? Because I think the phase 2 provisions on kind of capping, by having a permit program, capping the amount of permits and making sure that those are spread out equitably is going to be what's going to be able to provide relief to these impacted neighborhoods and streets. And I don't think this motion will achieve that.
What if we expanded 8 to let the ad hoc committee explore other things, like permit parking?
No, I was just going to jump in because I actually had leaned over to you, but you were otherwise occupied earlier to say, to ask if we could amend 8 to include, recommend possible, evaluation of phases, evaluation of activities recommended in phase 2 or something like that, because I do think we shouldn't just discount those or discard them at this point. So I would like to incorporate that into the ad hoc sort of globally. So thank you for raising that, because then I forgot to re-raise it. So.
Does that work, Councilmember?
I think it's better. I'm still worried about lost time on for me, the recommendations out of policy and services, what I think is going to have the greatest achievement on achieving a variety of goals that I described earlier is really built into phase 2. And phase 1, I think, is going to really help with a lot of other concerns we've heard tonight, but is not going to address some of those other issues. So I'm just worried about the timeline of it going to the ad hoc. And so maybe if we can add some sort of reasonable timeline for the ad hoc to do that work, then I think that's fine.
What do you have in mind?
Maybe 6 months. And yeah, okay, good. And it includes this phase 2.
So now the written motion has phase 2, but not the 6 months.
Do you want them to, how about and evaluation of activities in phase 2 and report back to council within 6 months?
Within 6
Maybe
months.
they haven't completed it, but they can say, here's what we're thinking, so that we can, if the ad hoc is veering off, we can get a collective conversation about it.
I think that works. Yeah.
Now, what does staff have any concerns about?
That's a broad question, but I do think it's a great segue to reference the resources that we put into the original staff recommended motion. So in the staff recommendation of the report, it references the initial resources to sort of jumpstart all of the things that we have spoken about. So if the mayor's okay with that, I would like to also request that we can add that into the motion, which is the changes necessary to both the general fund and the refuge fund to get those initial resources to implement the items that you have in items 1 through 7 here.
I think it's better to do it that way than to try to recalculate it tonight, because we made some changes. So
yeah,
that's fine.
We call it the starter funds.
Seconders, okay?
Yes.
Okay, I think we're over to Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So first, I concur with Councilmember Stone that I'm hopeful that we will see some improvement in availability of privately owned and congregation-based parking. But I don't think we should rely on that. That'll be great if it happens, but the kind of expecting that that's going to be a primary solution to our problem, I think is over optimistic. And I did want to make sure that Stanford is included in what we're referring to as privately owned. They're the biggest property owner in the city, and they haven't really been participants in this problem.
We could specify it if you like.
Yep. Okay.
I mean, we can call them up either way. We'll be contacting them. So, I mean, it doesn't need it. I just, you can have some comfort level that the ad hoc is going to do it.
Good.
But
I'm fine with that because they are on privately owned land.
Okay.
Just don't want to forget the biggest landowner. And then on 1 and 2, I had already asked about whether 2 could be on an urgency basis to develop the ordinance, and same applies to 1. Can those we put in the motion that we're, want to request that they return to council on an urgency basis? Okay, I see the city attorney saying yes. That's good with the maker and the seconder.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, and then on the the enforcement side, what it says is the ad hoc will recommend details on enforcement. I think we want to be clear in this motion that the council is saying we want to increase enforcement. And so we could say the ad hoc to recommend details on the increased enforcement as directed, on increased enforcement as directed by council, or something else, just to be clear, that is an action that we would like to have.
Yeah, and although it goes without saying, this is going to be in conjunction with the police department, so we're not going to come up with it and hand it over to the chief. So.
Understood. And then,
So, okay, that's fine with me. I think you could simply say on increasing enforcement, but.
Yeah, so do I.
okay, and then this reporting back on phase 2 within 6 months. That seems like a long time.
To me too.
Yeah. So if we count forward, we've got November, December, January, February. January, we're probably not going to be able to get started a new year, but can we say 4 months?
Fine with me.
Okay.
Vice Mayor?
I mean, I'm happy to hear from them then. I just don't know if they've done a lot by then. I mean, November, December, January, not much is going to happen.
But that's also news, if nothing else happens. I mean, if we come back and say nobody wants to do private parking lots, then that's news that should come back to council.
There should be a
report.
We may not have the comprehensive and end-all report, but we certainly should have some updates within 4 months.
All right. Maybe we can even use the holidays as a time people can think about doing these things.
Okay. And then I would also be interested in establishing a stakeholder group, or at least eliciting stakeholder input. We've had this discussion that we had a series of stakeholders who are engaged, who are important and appropriate advocates for the unhoused, but we have not included businesses, property owners, and nearby residents.
Is the stakeholder group something that the ad hoc would interface with?
That's one possibility. Yeah, it could be through staff. Yeah, Chantal.
I just wanted to clarify on that too. The reason we haven't done intensive outreach on this really at all. So the stakeholder information that you see in the staff report is just based off ongoing conversations that we have with some of those established groups. When we came to council in February, one of the questions that we had was related to if we were going to do outreach as a next step, and the council made it really clear that we should come back with this discussion so that we can jumpstart further conversation. So I think any ideas you have around outreach would be good to share with us today so we can do that. But this was not an intentional leaving out of a portion of the community. It was making sure we can get to this discussion
But
today.
on an ongoing basis, you are having those discussions with those stakeholder groups. You are on an ongoing basis. And so
Focused on service provision.
in my mind, that is stakeholder engagement. Whether you're calling it that by name or ongoing outreach, it is. And what I'm saying is that outreach should include these other groups.
Respectfully, I understand.
can I-
Just wanted
so-
to add it wasn't an intentional oversight.
That stakeholder group was created by Megan Swayze Fogarty, not city staff.
I don't really care who created it.
I'm just saying it wasn't.
The point is,
Okay,
the point is, and I have the floor. The point is that we've had stakeholder engagement with one set of stakeholders, and it should be expanded to include other stakeholders.
So I would suggest that in 8, because I think we all agree that we want to have a stakeholder group, that we say ad hoc committee to recommend details on the formation of a stakeholder group, comma, increased enforcement, blah, blah, blah. So that, just to make sure we get everybody you're talking about.
Well, I don't want to wait 4 months.
No, sorry, I did not say that well. I guess what I was saying is, I'm agreeing on formation of a stakeholder group, and we could just say it tonight. I just was thinking that if we forget someone at this hour, that the committee could do it. I wasn't trying to suggest that we would wait for their
Okay,
report.
then why don't we simply say ad hoc committee to promptly recommend details, because the rest is referring to 4 months. And let's see.
Whatever.
Sorry.
It works. It works.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Sorry to introduce a complication here, but need to recall us to the rule that if the council
Yeah.
directs the creation of a stakeholder group, that's a Brown Act group.
Okay, so we should put it somewhere else in the motion.
Yeah, so it should be then that we direct staff to proceed with a stakeholder group representing.
Separate points here.
Yeah.
So if I could recommend.
Yeah, please.
Councilmember Burt, so there is a case where sort of adding that extra step of recommending that staff do it still gets you to the same place. So I'm willing to bet that staff heard your input. And if we can just leave this out of the motion and have staff proceed to.
Okay.
formulate.
That they heard the part about promptly too.
Other interests.
We heard you loud and clear. and
Okay,
We
good.
are understanding the intention. Thank you.
All right. And I haven't seen within the increased enforcement, I haven't seen, there's no reference to prioritizing health, safety, and access issues.
Well, that's what we've been talking about all along.
Well, we've been talking about a lot of stuff, and the concern is that what's in the motion is what we're focusing on versus what were all our individual comments. So that's a concern. If you're saying that that is clearly going to be a prioritization of the enforcement, then I'm willing to accept that. But the fact that we talked about this among many things we talked about tonight isn't satisfying to me.
Do you want to, would it be possible to add something at the end of 8 that says, in furtherance of public health, public safety, something like that?
Yeah, I would be inclusive of it. I don't want to be limiting.
In furtherance of council goals, including public health and public safety?
Yeah. Well, rather than furtherance, that still sounds like it's limiting. I would say inclusive of council goals. Oh, you say including. All right, that's fine. Thank you. And I think that's good for me.
Yeah, I just want to say it should say in furtherance. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councilor Lithgow Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Because it's come up on the dais and in public comment, I would like to clarify for the record that the group that staff referred to in the staff report as a stakeholder group was a group created by Megan Sweezy Fogarty, who's a senior person at Stanford. She gathered people together and still does on a monthly basis. These are people who work with unhoused people. And it's a way to bring people together and share what's going on and learn from each other. It's to ensure that a stable permanent housing situation is provided / available for those in Palo Alto who are experiencing homelessness or housing insecurity, while at the same time providing adequate services to meet their needs, while learning about and participating in the larger housing ecosystem. So I think the use of the term stakeholder in the report is what's gotten people thinking, how could you have a stakeholder group that was only that side as opposed to businesses and residents? So I think, just to clarify, it was never meant to be a stakeholder group. It's a group of people who do similar work around supporting unhoused people, whether they're at a nonprofit or at the city or at Stanford or at the county. So just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Hearing no more comments?
That was me.
What?
I had one comment.
Okay, go ahead. Your light wasn't on, but go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Uh, So when I read number 8, I get a little nervous that that might be in series with 1 through 7. So this in parallel. So 1 through 7 is going full tilt tonight. And then 8, an ad hoc will be done in parallel, and they'll be looking over the fence and maybe giving some suggestions, but staff is not waiting for the ad hoc to do 1 through 7, are they?
No.
Okay.
And I think a 4-month deadline is easy because I think we should do that faster.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Do you need any more direction, City Clerk? You've been doing a great job here.
Can you fit any more on the screen?
Thank you. Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Lou,
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal,
Yes.
Mayor Lowing.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Thank you to staff and to the P&S committee and to all of the public comment and to the police department for now and going forward. Unless I've forgotten something, we are adjourned. Thank you.